Warning. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
They've told us that our Black fathers weren't there, but the data says otherwise. Every day, particularly every June, the same narrative gets recycled. Black fathers are absent. Black fathers don't show up. Black fathers leave. And every day and every June, millions of Black men wake up, make breakfast, help with homework, braid hair, coach Little League, and sit at the dinner table with their kids while the world pretends they don't exist. Let's talk about what's actually true. The CDC, not a Black publication, not an activist organization, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention conducted one of the most comprehensive federal studies on fatherhood in American history. And the findings? Black fathers are the most involved dads in the country. Not second, first. 70% of Black fathers who live with their children provide hands-on physical care, bathing, dressing, feeding every single day. White fathers, 60%. Hispanic fathers, 45%. 78% of Black fathers eat meals with their children daily. That's higher than every other group studied. 41% help with homework every day, compared to 28% of white fathers and 29% of Hispanic fathers. And for Black fathers who don't live in the same home, 59% still see their children regularly, compared to 39% of white non-resident fathers and 35% of Hispanic non-resident fathers. Listen to that. Even when geography and circumstances create distance, Black fathers close the gap. The myth of the absent Black father was never about data. It was about narrative. It was about what this country decided Black men were before it ever looked at evidence. And that lie has done real damage to Black men's self-image, to how their children see them, to how we women see them, to how the world treats their families. But here's what no propaganda can erase: the father waking up at 5 a.m. to get his kids ready before his shift starts. The dad driving an hour each way just to be at the school play. The grandfather stepping in when life got complicated. The non-resident father who shows up anyway at the game, at the recital, on the phone, in the prayers. They have always been here. So to every Black father, grandfather, coach, father figure, bonus dad, and chosen family, happy Father's Day. Your presence is documented, your love is undeniable, and your children are better because of you. Don't let anyone tell your story for you. The numbers already did.
What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like, share, and if you're catching this on the replay, the hype button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please hit the link in the description, go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. And with that being said, family, to all my fellow warriors, all my fellow brothers who have children or who have been mentors, happy Father's Day to each and every one of you. Now, there's been a lot of things said about Black fathers over the years. A lot of lies told. But the fact of the matter is, we get to see every day how important they are. And by that, all those lies get shattered. When the CDC came out and did their study, oh yeah, that shatters all lies. So, from the bottom of my heart, to all my brothers and fellow warriors out there, happy Father's Day, family. Now, there's a few things that we're going to be talking about here today. There's a few things we're going to be talking about. Some things will be confirmed here today as well. And also, we're going to check in on some things. So I want you to all get your popcorn, get your snacks, get your drink or whatever you're drinking on, water, juice, tea, whatever. Grab what you need and kick your feet up because we got a discussion to have. Before we do, you know what we got to do. Go ahead and scroll on up. B1 salute and shalom to Phoenix Henson. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, as well as our sister Andrea Jones, Reparations Nation, Anna Jackson, our sister Angelic. Much love to each and every one of you. Thank you all for being here. Our sister Hurricane Nisi in the building. Our sister Mrs. C. Phillip Davis. Our good brother Black RU. Allah Solution. Shout out to the Shah. Our good brother Reparations Nation. Brenda Thomas. Our good brother KG in the building. Much love to you. Kid Gravity. Isaac Holloway. Intrigued. Anita Harrell. Rain Love. Honey Brown Sugar. Our good brother Crew Reality. Our good brother Ach is also in the building. Much love to each and every one of you. Thank you all for being here. our sister Patricia A. Jones, Gigi, our good brother Antithesis, and let me go ahead and thank you, my good brother, for your Cash App donation and your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my warrior brother. Let's see here. Who else we got here? Devin Cole in the building. Much love, much love. Mrs. TT in the building. Shout out and salute to our good brother Gary Williams. What's up with you, my brother? Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my warrior brothers, Blessing Brother Church, and my amazingly excellent FBA family dedicated to Dr. Williams. Shout out to you, my warrior brother. Our good brother David Boyd in the building. Shout out to you. Our sister Black Spider. As always, it's a pleasure. Rashad Wallace. B1 salute to our good brother Christopher Ellis. I must thank you for your Cash App as well as your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior brother, and thank you for all you do as well. Let me also give a B1 salute to our good brother Black Truth United. Thank you for your Cash App as well. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as well as Chanel Phillips. Much love to you, and thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as well. Let's continue. Our brother RBJ in the building, as well as One Love, Noah Randall, Cultural Superpower, LaFaya Moore. If I said that wrong, hold that to my head, not my heart. Shout out to you. Thank you for being here as well. Uh, 225 girl, much love to you. Thank you for being here, as well as our good brother Iron Will. Shout out to Ebony Plumber in the building. Much love to you. Our sister Only Pamela's Way in the building. Much love to you, Pamela. Thank you for being here, as well as Mark Smith. Shout out our sister Val Hawkins in the building. Shout out to each and every one of you. Ramsey's FBA. Our sister Sybil in the building. The black man called Preston in the building. Mark Smith. Our sister Renaissance Woman is in the building, as well as Tasting Teas with Tony is in the building. 13 Mike Travels is in the building. And a B1 salute to our sister Mrs. TT. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always. The Ruby Runner is in the house. Much love to you. Thank you for being here as well. And for everybody who is not in the chat, much love to you. And for everybody who's going to catch this on the replay, much love to you. I don't know why KG isn't modded up. I thought he was already modded up. Yeah, give me 1 second. We got to make sure that happens. Let me see real quick. Give me 1 second, family. I thought I modded you and Torian up. All right, let's see here. Yep. All right, there we go. Shout out to my warrior brother. Now, let's get into this first situation here. The first thing I want to talk about is a situation that happened out in Senatobia, Mississippi. Let's go here. Oh, that's right. That's right. There we go. All right. Let's get into it.
To the MBI, officers with the Senatobia Police Department and Tate County Sheriff's Office responded to a shoplifting call at the Walmart. When officers arrived, they encountered two subjects and a child who were leaving the store and getting into a car. MBI says officers attempted to stop the car, but the driver allegedly drove towards officers, nearly hitting one of them. An officer then fired their weapon, and the car left the scene. Authorities say the occupants later arrived at a local hospital where a child was pronounced dead. Another person was critically injured. No officers were seriously hurt. Now, the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation says their agents are continuing to gather evidence and review the circumstances surrounding the shooting.
How it is this morning is everything kind of quiet. Everybody like kind of fall back. Ain't nobody moving around as much. So it did have an impact on what happened. It had a very big impact. And everybody talking about Senatobia. So it's going to be a big thing, I know.
Once the investigation is complete, the MBI will turn over its findings to the Mississippi Attorney General's office for review. Now, the Senatobia Police Department says they will work with investigators and are committed to full transparency. Officials say the information released so far is preliminary and could change as the investigation continues.
All right. So first things first, that's a situation that the family turned the hell up about. And when I say they turned up, they turned the hell up and turned the hell out to the point where, god dang it, the police had to go and protect the Walmart over there and start tear gassing folks. Let me see if I can find that clip. Let me see if this is that clip here. Yep. Let's go here.
We just got this picture of 1-year-old Cohen Wiley, whose death sparked a day of protests in Senatobia. All right, so now we're back in Walmart, or at Walmart, and you can see it looks like tear gas has been deployed out now. So we're hoping our crews are staying safe, but we are working to get more information as I'm seeing it, as you are seeing it. But hundreds of people were gathered here, and law enforcement feels the need to do some crowd control and use their gas there. Our Lauren Turman, and I'm really hoping she's staying safe through all of this, as well as our camera people, Kim and Autumn. So it's just a lot going on at this very moment, lots of tension, a lot of emotions. As you can see, a 1-year-old child was killed in what police are saying was a shoplifting call. A lot of people wanting to know how a shoplifting call leads to a child dying and what the policies around that are. We weren't able to get a ton of, okay, Lauren is signaling now. Let's go ahead and hear from Lauren. Lauren, first, are you okay? And why, or, you know, tell us leading up to why law enforcement deployed that gas there.
Before we go to her, I want you guys to notice something. And this is one of the major reasons why we kept telling everybody, keep your ass inside when it comes down to those illegals and all the little crap that's going on in the country. A 1-year-old child was just unalived. Let that sink in. And the only people you see out there is us. The only people you've seen out there is us. And this is the initial reaction, right? I'm not talking about people over time start getting online to get some sort of clout. This is the initial reaction. But I also want you to notice in all those other protests, you wasn't seeing them using tear gas for peaceful protesters. People was actually burning police cars and crap like that, and they wasn't even getting hostile with them. But as soon as we show up on the scene, ain't nobody destroying nothing. Ain't nobody causing any ruckus. They're there to protest that store. And you got police on the scene shooting tear gas and everything else. I just want y'all to take notice of that. Jasmine Crockett, you know she ain't going to say nothing. Oh, she just might, though, for this situation. And I'll show you why in a little bit. But let's continue.
So, Pepper, we are backing up because we're starting to ingest a little bit of that tear gas at this point. But if you take a look over there, and Kim's going to try his best whilst remaining safe to make sure he gives you. Officers are kicking some of those pellets around, trying to clear people out of this area. You can see some of the gentlemen over there having masks on. Obviously, a lot of people, as you heard, were crowded around this Walmart, as you said, on Sunday. That is where the shooting happened. And many of people were trying to make sure they were advocating for the Senatobia community, for the greater Mississippi community, and particular, they tell me, for Black communities. Now, I apologize again. We're trying to back as far away as possible because the tear gas is slowly but surely moving in our direction. But you can see plenty of people are scattered around this Walmart trying to make sure they are remaining as safe as possible. People have been telling me all day today, excuse me, sir, people have been telling me all day today that they are trying as much as possible to keep one another safe. Excuse me. And they are trying to make sure that they are doing their job. Now, we are as quickly as possible moving away from all of this. You can hear my voice is getting harder and harder to talk about all of this. But people are clearing from this area, holding one another. I saw a couple of people interlocking arms, trying to get each other as far away from this area as possible. You can see these gentlemen here, they've got their masks tied, trying to put some shirts over their face and putting it as trying to protect themselves as much as possible in this incident. Now, a lot of the people here came from City Hall, as you saw earlier, went to the Tate County Courthouse, and then came to the Walmart where the shooting happened. But it is getting much more difficult, excuse me, to talk out here. And so we're going to send it back to you so we can get safe.
All right. Now, when I say I believe that, and I'm seeing all the people in the chat asking that question, where the hell are all the leaders, the Black leaders? Why aren't people out singing Negro spirituals? All this stuff, I get it. I get it. I understand, family. I do. But in this situation, like I said, I believe that's coming. And I believe it's coming fast. The reason why is because none of them are speaking about Cyrus Belton. None of them whatsoever. They're keeping their lips completely sealed. However, in this situation, shout out to our good brother Breeze Omega, as well as our sister Priscilla Taylor. In this situation, the mother went and retained an attorney. And guess who that attorney is? It's Benjamin Crump. And so now the mother is being, she put out a video, and I don't know why it's not here. I had it, but I couldn't find it in my email because usually I just email it to myself, as a matter of fact. Let me see. See if I can just pull it up. Because the mother put out a video explaining what actually happened, because they said that she was caught stealing diapers. And she put out the video saying that they didn't. And they had a digital receipt. Mother. See if I can find it here. Give me 1 second, family. Yep, there we go. Let's go here, family.
On the little what's it called, self-checkout, they can see, it's cameras, they can see when she got the diapers and walked out. But yeah, they tried to say that she forcefully was trying to drive and hit them, but they was all on the right side and she was driving towards the left. They just personally just shot in the car.
Did they try to charge you with anything?
No, they didn't charge me. They ain't charged me with nothing. They just let me go. They didn't say nothing. They just kept telling the crowd that they were shoplifting. But I don't know if they found anything, because it's nothing found.
Okay.
On the little
All right, so that's that, family. And here's my thing. And shout out to Tutu Girl for this, because this is absolutely where I was going with it. It's like what someone said last night. When families either retreat from the grassroots help or seek out Ben Crump, you already know what time it is. You know exactly what time it is. And unfortunately, there's a pattern. There's a pattern. You get with Ben Crump, Tamika Mallory, or any one of those folks who don't rock with the black grassroots, and the black roots don't rock with them. And then all of a sudden, you're getting more ABC time. Then all of a sudden, you're getting more CNN time. Then all of a sudden, you're getting more whatever news media time, rather than before, when it was just the black grassroots putting and highlighting that situation to the forefront. This is the problem. And then when you see that, the very next thing that you see, exactly, my sister, she'll get a settlement. She won't get justice, though. The very next thing you see, whenever you go through these situations, whenever they retain and they start getting on the news, they start getting mass news coverage, you start seeing the liberals come out and they put the whole situation once again to the forefront. They come out in pattern to start talking about the situation as if they really care. But what nobody is saying is how we need an anti-black hate crime bill. You can get up there and talk about how treacherous this was. It was absolutely treacherous. You can get up there and call that man all kind of white supremacists. You can get up there and talk about how that was murder one. And I would agree with all of that. But if you do not get up there and say, this is another example of why we need a hate crime bill, then you, sir, are useless. You, madam, are useless. And you continue to put the children of the next generation in trouble. You continue to put a target on the backs of the next generation. Let's get into some of these grandstanders, shall we?
Need to know the full story about this shooting in Senatobia before we rush to judgment. Okay. Well, so in the 1700s, there were these things called slave patrols, and that was actually the original form of law enforcement that we had in the South, and they were exactly what they sound like. They were there to police black communities and prevent uprisings, to transport slaves, to prevent rebellions, you know, that sort of thing. No, I was talking about the full story. So in 1861, the Civil War began, and that's because a bunch of states in the Union said, hey, we shouldn't have slaves anymore. And then some states said, no, you're not taking away our slaves. So they fought. Well, the Union won and slavery was abolished, but we still didn't treat black people as people. In fact, a lot of the slave patrollers, they transitioned into more militia-style groups, and they enforced black codes, which was basically laws that criminalized unemployment, and that was done to uphold white supremacy. I'm really focused on the shooting that happened in Senatobia. Full story. We're going full story. So throughout the 1900s up to the 1960s, you had the Jim Crow laws. And those were sort of like not official laws, but they were like understood of like, hey, we're going to have segregation. We're going to treat everyone separate but equal, but we're never really going to live up to equal. And that lasted all the way up to the 60s when we had the civil rights movement. I was thinking more like, did she have a receipt? No, full story. So since the civil rights movement, there have been efforts made to try to elevate black people so that they can have a comparable life to their white counterparts. Unfortunately, the history that follows them often means that they're not afforded the same opportunities as those white counterparts. So those people start 10 paces back, which means when they have kids, their kids start 10 paces back, which means that a lot of people are born into a system of poverty and oppression that they can't escape. I meant like, is there body cam footage? I know, full story. While we call America the land of opportunity, the sad reality is that those opportunities are not afforded to everyone equally. So some people are born into a system of oppression. And the only way the system of oppression works is you have to constantly remind the people who are oppressed that they are being oppressed. And you have to constantly remind the oppressors that it's okay to do the oppressing. I was thinking like, should we ask the officer, did he feel threatened? Full story. So when you have a system of racial oppression that's been normalized for over 250 years, and then you have an administration that comes in and tells cops, hey, you can do whatever you want. No one's going to hold you accountable. It emboldens those that work within that administration that have prejudiced worldviews to act at best negligent over the people they are supposed to protect and serve. How does that story end? That's the fun part. It's a choose your own adventure.
Shout out to Deep One and Pink Blue in the building. And shout out to 225 girl once again. This is why I stopped getting overly emotionally invested if the families don't want justice and want a payday? Why should I get myself upset? Do I hate? Excuse me. Ooh, excuse me. Do I hate what's going on? Yes. What's happening? Yes. But gotta protect my peace. And I understand you 100% fold. And we're going to actually get into some of that too. That's kind of what one of the confirmations, the actual confirmations, not one of the actual confirmation that I'm going to bring forward a little bit later in the broadcast. That's what it's actually talking about. And I'm talking about these two topics before we get into the main subject for a reason, because it actually pertains to the confirmation as well. So I totally understand you, my sister. Thank you for that. And that's a great question. Where are the black criminal attorneys? There's more attorneys beside Ben Crump. You're absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. Shout out Only Pamela's Way. Let's go here.
So this trigger-happy prick murdered a 1-year-old baby in Mississippi after accusing his mother of stealing diapers. On Sunday afternoon, police in Senatobia, Mississippi responded to a call of shoplifting at a local Walmart on Highway 51. The officers alleged they tried stopping Cohen's mother and her friend upon entering their car. Then they alleged Cohen's mother tried driving into the direction of one of the officers before that officer discharged his firearm. Cohen's family alleges that nothing was shoplifted from the store and that his mother had the receipt in her hand. And even if she did, it is completely fucking irrelevant. And you're a moron and a bad person if you think a box of diapers is worth a 1-year-old's life. But police officers themselves are trained not to shoot at moving vehicles like this. Jeffrey Alpert, a criminology professor and policing expert at the University of South Carolina, says this. Law enforcement officers are generally trained not to shoot at moving vehicles and to avoid injury by stepping out of its path. And given the fact these officers arrived seeing Cohen, his mother, and her friend walking into their car, it means these officers fired multiple rounds into the car knowing that a baby was in the same car. What this incident and so many others like it showcase is that in the United States, black life is not valued, especially when there is any supposed presence of criminality. Trayvon Martin was accused by George Zimmerman of looking like he was on drugs and up to no good. Eric Garner was choked to death after allegedly selling untaxed cigarettes. George Floyd was choked to death after allegedly using a fake $20 bill. Because when you can label black people as criminals, you can engage in all the same atrocities America's allegedly left behind.
Shout out to our sister Starte Jones in the building. Also, a B1 salute to our sister, Miss Hurricane Nisi. In my opinion only, most, if not all, black attorneys are boule. And I would not disagree with you there. I would not disagree with you. And that's one of the reasons why they don't take on these type of cases. But you know that it got something to do with the boule tap dancing, bootlicking coons. When you see the next person come out, conscious Flearoy, unconscious Flearoy, that is.
How in the hell is these folks going from justifying Carmelo Anthony's conviction because he should have did that, there was too much force to be doing, to justifying a 1-year-old being taken out by law enforcement as if we don't have harsh and unusual punishment being outlawed in this country? The pathology around this is so ugly. So a black woman allegedly stealing diapers justify her child being taken out while she is running. And then according to this post from attorney Ben Crump, the mother says that she paid for the diapers and had the receipt. But think about the world we live in where it's so easy to believe that this black woman had to steal diapers in order to take care of her child. There's a lot to unpackage in that right there. But who am I kidding though? Y'all have always had an inconsistent logic because his death was also justified by the law, even though he was running away over a football field and this human being was able to take him out, justifying self-defense. But hey, not the same thing for Carmelo Anthony. And now we're dealing with the same dialogue around a 1-year-old being taken out. And listen, I get it. They happen in different states. South Carolina, where Cyrus Belton happened, or Carmelo Anthony, where Texas happened, or, Kohan Wiley in Mississippi. All different states. But y'all are justifying black suffering and criminality from the very same space, showing that y'all lives don't give a damn about them laws. Which takes me back to this baby, this child, this 1-year-old. Hey, they say the kids will be kids, except for when it comes to black children. They're always adultified or put on a whole bunch of consequences for ways and things that children should never have to shoulder. We got to protect the children. We got to protect the children. Do you know how many laws, anti-LGBTQ, anti-black education, anti-femininity, anti-DEI laws that was passed in the name of protecting the children? Now, those very people that celebrate those horrible policies is now trying to justify something that happened in opposition to protecting children.
Family, like I said, whenever I see that man, my antennas jump all the way up because we already know that he's an agent. We already know that he's a paid agent by the Democrats. So it's, for me, it's one of those things where quite literally I'm hands off from here on out. I wasn't even initially going to talk about it, but I said no, because this actually proves the point that I'm going to make a little bit later. Let me also go here, which also proves my point. The situation that happened out in Lee County with the Nabisco walking around with an AR-15, shooting at a black family reunion. Didn't know that the family that's at the family reunion had a bunch of veterans there. And instead of the person with the AR-15 doing any damage to us, he got shot. Think about that. You so mad at Black Joy, because that's what this is all about. You were so mad at Black Joy. And I bull stuff you not. You leave with your wife and come back in full body armor with an AR-15, and you leave with the bullet in them, with the bullet in you. You can't make this up. Let's go here, family.
Witnesses say the family was gathered outside for a reunion Sunday night when a car drove by. A white man who witnesses say was Jeffrey Tyler Kinzer was inside the car yelling racial slurs at the group.
So when he's talking junk and he started yelling the N-word, he kept going, so we let him go. And we were just discussing what just happened, why he tripping.
But Green says Kinzer came back, this time wearing armor and carrying a rifle.
And then that's when everybody started running. He got a gun. He got a gun. All the kids, they were making sure the kids get in the house. And people started taking positions because they seen he had a gun. And I was in the middle of the street. That's when he raised it and fired. Boom. And I grabbed my gun and started returning fire and moving with him.
Green says he's a Marine veteran. He says he was willing to defend his family, including children and older adults who were present.
It was so hurtful. I cried all night. I'm laying outside on the ground through a shootout under a car with my other auntie, my other sister, who is 77, and I'm 62.
The investigation is ongoing. Officials say more charges are expected to come. This family says they are just grateful to be alive. Reporting in Lee County, Mariah Norman, WALB, your hometown news.
And family, there's been more information that came out. You know, the man was bailed. He got bail. He was bailed out on a $5,000 bond. Think about that, family. $5,000 for putting on a full bodysuit. Excuse me. It wasn't a full bodysuit, but it was a bulletproof vest and menacing, shooting. This is attempted murder. A whole damn family of families, because it was a family reunion. So it wasn't just one family. It was a bunch of families that was there. And this man is let out on $5,000? That makes absolutely no sense. Until you actually look at who the person was. Shout out Pink Blue, as well as Chris Radio in the building. Much love to both of you. Let's take a look at who the person was.
Hey, y'all. Hey, real quick. This face, know who this face is. This is Jeffrey Tyler Kinzer. Okay. Jeffrey Tyler Kinzer. Jeffrey decided that he thought it would be a good idea to grab his wife and go get in the car. I think his wife is named Jessica, but he decided to go grab his wife. Oh, and his wife is a nurse. Decided to go grab his wife, get in the car, and go harass a black family that was having a celebration at their home by calling them N-words and racial slurs and harassing them, going back and forth past their house, even though nobody was bothering him. Yeah. when he wasn't getting the response that he wanted, and they were unbothered by him because, right? He decides, I'm going to go home and I'm going to change clothes. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go and put on a bulletproof vest. And I'm going to grab my AR-15 and I'm going to go back and harass his family again. And that's exactly what he did. He got his wife. He grabbed his AR-15. He grabbed his bulletproof vest. He got in the car and he went back over to mess with that family. And guess what he did? He started shooting his AR-15 at a family that had more than 20 children present at this event. That's what he decided to do, Mr. Jeffrey Kinzer. Yeah, Mr. Jeffrey Tyler Kinzer. That's what he decided to do. Okay? Yeah. So then he gets shot because he wasn't expecting that this family was a family full of Marines. Yeah. So they shot back at him. So he shot an AR-15 and hit no one, and they shot back and hit him. So he got shot. Okay. And then his ass went to jail. Now, his bond was $5,000. He's already back out. He was out in like 2 days, if that. He was back out and on the street. He's on the street currently. This man that decided to go and do a hate crime, okay, with an AR-15 and a bulletproof vest at a function where there's more than 20 children present. Why do you think that this man, Jeffrey, only got a $5,000 bond where he only has to pay $500 to get out? Oh, it's because Jeffrey's the fire chief. The fire chief. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of back in the day when there was these men that used to go up in their mama closet and grab their pillowcases, the white pillowcases, and cut holes in them and put it on their head and go get on their horses and then go to black families and disturb their spirit by putting crosses on their lawn and burning them. Who do you think the fire chiefs were then? Who do you think was slow to respond to these people's homes while they were being terrorized? And the fact that he is a fire chief and his wife is a nurse, every single complaint needs to be reviewed at this point by a person of color. If a person of color complains, it needs to be reviewed at this point. It's been real quiet though. Haven't heard nothing from his job. Haven't heard nothing online about him being who he is. No, they kept that out. But I'm gonna tell it. I'm gonna tell it because my thing is, at the end of the day, y'all love to go and dig and dig and dig and say some shit. Y'all want to say some Carmelo Anthony shit. Okay. What you gonna say about this one? He went to go fuck with these people. So were these people wrong to shoot him? That's not self-defense. AR-15 with a bulletproof vest came to them. Sound familiar? Okay.
So that's exactly why this man got a $5,000 bail. And I don't even want to put that as the only reason, because we've seen other situations where, god dang, you ain't got to be nobody important in that community and still get a $5,000 or less bail. I've seen it several times, especially when it comes to predators. Oh yeah, there should be no reason why predators get any bail. But for the most part, a lot of predators, they tend to get bail. And a lot of times it'd be a low as hell bail, like $20,000. I mentioned these two situations, like I said, because they're going to be important to the confirmation that we have a little bit later. Notice how nobody in these situations have mentioned an anti-black hate crime bill. Nobody's talking about getting an anti-black hate crime bill when both of these situations are completely anti-black. I wasn't going to talk about this situation in the way that I'm talking about it now, because for some reason, I had a feeling, and y'all know I follow my intuition. I tell people all the time, if you believe in psychic abilities, your intuition is a psychic ability. When I saw all the coverage of it, all they would show, and they would put an emphasis on showing, the terroristic side of the situation, with everybody running and screaming and crying and trying to get away and all that other stuff, ducking, trying to hide. And I didn't like that, especially when this is more of a triumphant story with the brother actually laying hot ones into the person that tried to, terrorize his family. So I didn't quite like the aspect, the whole optic of the situation. But I stayed quiet for a second. I was going to talk about it, but I just wasn't going to show the videotape. And see, I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one. So I said I'm going to talk about this, but I won't play the tape. And then I was listening to Jason Black's broadcast on the situation, on the subject. And a friend of the family, actually a family member, called into the broadcast. And Jason wanted to get in touch with the family. So I wanted to wait just a bit. And I'm glad I did. Put a pin in that. We'll get back to that later. Now, let's get into a couple of other fun topics real quick. And this is not in itself going to be fun for me to do, but it is quite literally, how do you say, it's necessary. I'm not going to kick a person while he's down. However, I am going to send out a warning to the rest, and I do mean the rest of the people in America who are not foundational Black Americans. Let's go here. Faison Love has apparently been dealing with the homeless issue. Faison Love's attorney, let me just get into it. Faison's Love's lawyer says actor was homeless, lives off of ELF royalties in court hearing for $250,000 unpaid child support. Let's get into it. Here's a quote. He was homeless for a very brief period of time. A lawyer for the actor who was released from jail on June 19th. And this is another reason why I'm talking about it, because he was released on June 19th. We'll get into that in a second. The significance of it. Here's what you need to know. Faison Love was released from jail on June 19th after he was arrested for contempt of court over unpaid child support, reportedly totaling in $250,000. Love and his lawyer claims in his first court appearance that he cannot pay the court-ordered child support due to financial struggles. Love has allegedly struggled with homelessness and relies on $10,000 in annual ELF royalty checks. So he gets $10,000 per year that he's relying on, he says. Oh, we're going to get into the rest of that. Before we do, let me go ahead and give a B1 salute to our warrior brother, Iron Will. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my warrior brother. And he states, shout out to the Black veterans neutralizing domestic terrorists, i.e. Chud the Butt Plug and Jeffrey Kinzer. Shut the butt plug. Shout out to Chris Radio. Much love to you and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contributions as always. Often Metcalf supporters are quiet about Kinzer shooting at black folks. Where's Conscious Lee, Judge Joe, are the rest of the cooling contingents? We don't know. We don't know. We don't know, but they might be coming along soon. Put a pin in that. Shout out to FBA Justice. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always. Move like that Marine did when the racist showed up armed. I agree 100% fold. And also thank you for this super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. The message is defending yourself. Excuse me. The message is defending your black lives by any means necessary. The racist system isn't going to. And you're absolutely right. The racist system is not going to defend you. So you need to make sure you're doing it yourself by any means necessary. But let's get back into it. Shout out to Troy in the building, as well as our good brother Torian Reigns, reloaded in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Now let's get back over here to Faison, shall we? Faison Love, the actor known for roles in films like Elf and Couples Retreat, has been released from jail. In his first court appearance, his lawyer revealed that he has been struggling with homelessness and poverty. The California-based actor, 58, who was released from jail on Friday, June 19th, 3 days after he was arrested on 2 counts of contempt of court in Florida. In Florida's Hillsborough County, and booked into a Tampa jail on Tuesday, June 16th, according to the jail records and a statement from Love's attorney, Glenn Lansky, provided to People. He was originally arrested in California, where he served 16-day jail sentence before he was transported to Florida, records show. The arrest came after Tiffany Lee, identified by several outlets as Love's ex, reopened the declaration of paternity case on June 11th involving Love. Court record shows she claims that he owes her around $250,000 in unpaid child support payments per Complex and TMZ. I'm just like, $250,000 is a lot of goddamn money. I'm just saying. During his first court appearance at the hearing on Friday, Lee and her attorney claimed that he had not paid any of the court order payments in years per Complex. She also alleged that the replacement actor once told her she wasn't going to get a dime and said he intended to stop working to avoid the court order payments, according to the outlet. Family, we don't even need to continue. Let me touch on what I wanted to touch on in this situation. He was released on June 19th. On Juneteenth, I want to remind folks how he used to talk down about foundational Black Americans. He came out against our reparations claim. He started talking shit about FBAs specifically. And when Tariq and Dwan B announced that he would be performing at one of their events, I had an issue with it. I didn't say much about it because it's not my business. That's Tariq's business. And also, I did mention, but I just didn't hone down on it because it really wasn't here nor there. You know, I'm like, you know, if that's who they want to get, that's who they want to bring in, whatever. But then something happened to where he was taken off and he wasn't able to make it. And I said, good. He don't deserve any of the FBA bucks anyway. And then this happens. I say that to say this. The ancestors behind the scenes, they're moving, they're shaking, they're getting things done, whether people believe it or not or understand it. And the fact that he was released on Juneteenth, it kind of made me feel like the ancestors said, okay, we want you to know that you're out because of us. We gave you an opportunity. Now, don't do this again. This is how I take it. Things happen for a reason. And I don't feel that things are coincidences all the time. I just don't see it like that. I kind of feel like that's what this was. So, to everybody that is not a foundational Black American, watch what you do and watch what you say. That ABK is a goddamn fool. And it will head your way. It'll head right your way. Shout out to our brother Zavon Scott in the building. They better learn. Learn from other people's mistakes. Don't let the ABK actually have to hit you before you actually learn. Shout out to Summer Breeze. She said he could get deported too. Send him back to Cuba. Send him back to Cuba. Now, let's get into what we're here to get into today. Also on June 19th, they released the evidence in the Carmelo Anthony case. Now, family, we're going to go over it, but I want to show you something that I came across. What was it? Was it last night? Well, technically it would be early this morning because it was like 2, 3 in the morning. And I had my little, insomnia thing kicking in. I started saying, okay, well, let me scroll a little bit before I go to sleep. And I came across this clip that I'm about to play for you all. And it was just so telling. I'll let you see it for yourself. Let's go here. Now, this is from either a TV show or movie. I don't know. However, I want you to take a look at it.
Miss, you can't be in here. Hold on. Another word.
Hold up. Let me slow that, put that on neutral. I tried to speed it up so I wouldn't have any issues, but I would rather you hear it than
This is Mr. Norris's attorney.
The one you failed to notify before questioning my client?
Cooper, did they explain your rights to you?
They didn't explain nothing to me.
Well, at this point, gentlemen,
Anything he says and anything he has already.
Shout out Christopher Ellis. You know exactly which one I'm talking about. All right, this is Landman. All right, shout out my brother because I didn't know what the hell it is.
Already said is inadmissible in court. I'm 15 minutes away. I'll be there in 7. Which interview room?
4.
on my way.
You know who calls lawyers, Cooper? Guilty men call lawyers.
I called the lawyer.
What
am I guilty of? Have you looked your wives in the eyes after all this? No idea.
Call Tommy Norris.
Yeah.
Whatever favors you have with law enforcement in this county,
You need to call them in. They're gonna hang a murder charge on your son.
The hell did you say murder? Who the fuck did he murder?
According to last night's police blotter, a 59-year-old white male named Jonathan Reesner.
And who in the fuck is that?
I'm playing catch up too.
Apparently, he sexually assaulted the girlfriend.
I'm on my way to Odessa PD now. Any
Reinforcements you can send my way would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, okay. Well, you just get the lay of the land and call me back, all right?
I will.
All right. Tommy? What? What in the shit is going on with my son?
I just heard about it.
Well, you're going to have to help me fix it, okay?
Some boy died, Tommy.
I don't give a shit. I need the facts, Walt. I need the facts. I need police reports. I need everything. Every goddamn thing. So get on it.
Heading that way now. What we got here?
Surveillance footage. Lawyer's en route, gonna request it anyway. Might as well show it to her.
Let me guess, footage from surveillance cameras?
Man, before we speak, you all should watch this. This went well past the point of defense of another.
Back the footage up 30 seconds, would you?
That's not relevant to this specific complaint.
Everyone with a law degree in the room, raise their hand. Oh, it's just me? Back it up and play it. That's what I'll be showing the jury. And they can decide how real a threat this man posed and what measure of force should be applied to stop him. I noticed, Detective Miller, you were involved in a shooting with a man armed with a pipe wrench.
Okay.
You shot the man 11 times. Why not shoot him in the leg?
Under that specific situation, I couldn't guarantee a shot to the leg would stop the assailant.
But you're trained to make those quick decisions, aren't you? Cooper, how much use of force training have you received? According to the autopsy, all 11 rounds hit center mass, meaning the first bullet likely killed him, eliminating any threat of continued violence, yet you shot him 10 more times. Let me explain what will happen if this department charges my client. I will go to the family of this man and file civil suit for wrongful death times 10 based on this department's now established policy of holding untrained citizens responsible for knowing when a threat of violence has been eliminated. Then I will go through every officer involved shooting in this county and file a class action suit on behalf of the family members of every suspect killed in a similar fashion. You getting my drift? I will use your prosecution to bankrupt this county.
Now, I wanted to play that clip for you all because it highlights almost verbatim what most of us believe has happened in this Carmelo Anthony case. Just in reverse. In this situation, the victim isn't, let me rephrase that. In this situation, the actual defendant isn't a black person, it's a Nabisco. Let's be very clear about that. And the first thing he did when he found out his son was in trouble is call every contact that he had, the first person being the sheriff. And he told the sheriff, you better fix this. And notice, he said, I want the facts. After the sheriff said, you know, he killed the person. There's a man dead. I don't care. I want the facts, which means he don't want the facts. Get out there and protect his son. Then the woman walk in and see the videotape of him unaliving the person. And she says, what? Roll it back. He said, I don't see the relevance of it. Who got a law degree in this room? Oh, just me? Okay, then. Roll it back. And then they show the man beating up the man who killed him. And she said, that's what I'm going to show the jury. Family, when a call is put in, them folks didn't want to show that part of the tape. And that's exactly what happened with the Carmelo Anthony situation. They did not want to show the tape. And when they had to show the tape for court purposes, they distorted the tape. They doctored the tape. And usually, you can't introduce evidence knowing that it's been doctored or edited, but yet it was allowed for them to introduce something that was quite literally said on the stand by the man who did it, that the evidence was doctored in order to get a visual of Carmelo. And when they asked when they asked him, well, why the hell didn't, why is Carmelo the only one that is highlighted? The dude said, because that's what they asked me to do. Well, why didn't you highlight Hunter or the other brother's name, the one that's dead right now that don't matter at this point in time to me? He said, because they did not tell me to. Allegedly. Also, exactly, the judge disallowed the original tape. So all this just reminded me, Austin, thank you. Not that it wouldn't matter. I could have went through the rest of this broadcast and not gave a damn. But thank you for that. This reminded me completely of the Carmelo situation, just in reverse. Shout out to Chris Radio. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contribution. If Carmelo was wrong, they would show the tape and not some grainy version. But we're going to get into it. Before we do, I would like to bring this to everybody's attention, because there are legal experts out here saying, yeah, Carmelo could beat that appeal, could get that appeal. It looks suspicious, legal experts say. Exclusion of black jurors could be key to Carmelo's appeal. But that's just one of them. That's just one of the things that they got in the chamber. The little things that hit you and unalive you. That's just one of those that they got in the chamber. I could say magazine. That's just one of the things in the magazine that's in the chambers. Now, this is the blade in question. This is the blade in question. And as you can see, it is halfway open. It is halfway open. So, I don't see how, you can actually try and poke somebody with a halfway open poker, but that's what it is. That's what they're all running around here. Common pocket knife. Oh, I thank you for asking this question, Christopher, because there's a lot of misinformation going around saying that the judge retired abruptly. It's not that he retired right then and there. He basically announced that he's going to be retiring after December 31st. So he's not gone as of yet, but he will be gone after December 31st. If not before then, if people get involved with him or look into his involvement. But shout out to you and thank you for asking that question, family. Let's get into the footage, shall we, family? Because we need to really check it out. The first clip that I saw, I noticed that it was only 11 minutes. And from what I've heard, the full clip is around 16. And this clip that I saw here, I'm going to go here with it. 1 second. This clip, the first clip that I'm going to show you, they tried to make it because of the people who actually filled out the FOIA request, the Freedom of Information Act, to go up there and see the tape. They tried to make it seem like give me 1 second, family. I don't know why the heck it's doing this. The people who seen the tape, who filled out the Freedom of Information, they actually tell people that, they ask you, where do you want to start? You want to start at the 4 minutes and 30 seconds or 11-minute mark. And so people must have heard that. And instead of promoting the full clip, people have been promoting this 11-minute clip that's basically a compilation of all the different clips that they released, right? But that's what people have been talking about, saying that the video that's been released is 11 minutes. It's not 11 minutes. So let's go here. This is the clip. And I'm going to take this down for a second so that y'all can see that right here. It says 11 minutes, but it's not 11 minutes. Let me bring you guys back up here. Now, this is Hunter. This is Austin and Hunter, excuse me. And they whole squad walking in. Getting a walk on. We're going to speed this up just a bit. Now that's Carmelo. He goes right into the tents. That's him sitting down back there. Just walked in and sat down. They said Austin Metcalf appears to move next to him. Now they're clipping, right? Right now, if you look, they're fighting right there. They're jumping him right there. So this is consistent with the people who filled out the FOIA request when they said that those people around them was jumping him. It's right there. It might be grainy, but you can still see people swinging. Right here. Now he leaves. And notice, he had to go up and around in order to get away from there. Up and around. That's not somebody walking away, I did what I had to do. That's somebody who's in fear and who knows they can't get out this way. That's somebody who had to make a way out of no way to get away. Yeah, they didn't want you to see that part. They didn't want you to rewind the tape. And then he runs off. They start chasing him. He stops to catch a breath. They continue to chase him. And that's where he must have got to his coach. Now, I want to fast forward a little bit. This is them talking to him. But when you fast forward, Bo, it clips. And all of these have been in just clips after clips after clips. But this is him when he's talking to the po-po. Did y'all hear that? He said, I was just protecting myself.
Hold on. And I'm just protecting myself. If somebody is shooting the victim, they need to be over there. Under a memorial tent. Don't reach for anything, all right, man? Stop right there for me. Dispatch 443. I got the suspects, and they're currently treating the victim.
Family, I don't know what happened, but I don't think that these folks like my take on it. I just got kicked out of StreamYard altogether. Out of nowhere, just kicked out of my own damn broadcast. Yeah, family, I don't think they like my take on this already. Let me pull back up the video. Shout out to our good brother Jesse Paris in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Let me get back to the clip. God dang. Oh no, this one isn't YouTube. I can't blame YouTube for that one. I use StreamYard to broadcast. So god dang it, this was completely on StreamYard. I don't know why, but they definitely just kicked me, booted me the hell out of my own broadcast. I never thought I'd see the day. There was something here that I wanted to highlight. There we go. Carmelo will win his appeal. We speak that into existence for the young brother. Shout out to FBA Justice. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contributions as always, family. Excuse me. God bless me. Excuse me. Those assimilants came from a good distance. Yep. Which means someone told them Carmelo was there. They were targeting Carmelo, and Austin Metcalf just got a cold grave. Hey, the coldest grave. The coldest grave. Shout out to Chris Radio once again for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, family. This is why I broadcast on my very own website. I understand that, family. I broadcast regardless of broadcasting where you broadcast. If the god dang the system that you use to broadcast to those places mess up, that's that. So I can understand you on that, family. If you ain't got to use those systems, then kudos to you, god dang it. Kudos to you. Let's continue.
And they're currently treating the victim. Again, he's on the north end of the stadium. All right. Any weapons on you like that? Go ahead. Oh, look here.
How long? He put his hand up. I know I'm not.
4-4, copy, I'll be in route.
Y'all back up a little bit. Come over here for me. Go over here.
447, clear.
I'm gonna put your handcuffs for now, okay, bud?
Shout out to Crew Reality. I got OBS. I just don't find it to be as easier to use, easiest to use, you know, and I don't, especially when it updates, right? Because I do use OBS, but I usually use it like to stream if I'm gaming at some point. You know, I use it from time to time, but sometimes, like when I update that system, it will eliminate all of the windows that I created. And so, you know, it happened one too many times. I originally used to broadcast. Well, I didn't broadcast. I was making my videos using OBS, but it just wasn't for me. So shout out to you, my brother, but I didn't been there.
Dispatch 443. Everybody can slow down. I got the alleged suspect in handcuffs right now, detained.
Everyone else can slow down. Suspects detained in handcuffs.
Hold on. You can open up the channel, and medics are clear to come in. Have them come to the north.
Now, family, I didn't hear what some of people was reporting, which is right after he says, I got the alleged suspect in custody, and people were saying that Carmelo said it's not alleged, I did it. I didn't hear that. Let's play that again.
Hold on. You can open up the channel, and medics are clear to come in. I'm gonna put your handcuffs for now, okay, bud? Dispatch 443. Everybody can slow down. I got the alleged suspect in handcuffs right now, detained.
Everyone else can slow down. Suspects.
I'm listening really hard, and I don't hear him saying it.
The alleged suspect in handcuffs right now, detained.
Everyone else can slow down. Suspects detained in handcuffs.
Hold on.
Yeah, family, I don't know if it's just me, but I did not hear that. You heard it? I'm struggling to hear it.
I got the alleged suspect in handcuffs right now, detained.
Everyone else can slow down. Suspects detained in handcuffs.
Hold on. You can open up the chat.
Yeah, I'm not hearing him say anything. And I quite literally just heard him talking before. So I know that he's right there. We would hear him.
Hold on. You can open up the channel, and medics are clear to come in. Have them come to the northeast entrance. That's gonna be a gate that's wide open there, and then you come to the victim from there. This is the alleged suspect. All right.
Now there it sounds like he said, I am, when he says this is the alleged suspect. And he says, it sounds like he says, I am.
This is the alleged suspect. I am. All right.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like he said right there. It sounds like he said, I am, when he said, this is the alleged suspect.
alleged suspects. All right, bye.
Dispatch is 432. Huh?
Okay. We'll figure that out.
Okay, there. That's where he said it. All right, he said it's not alleged I did it.
This is the alleged suspects. All right, bye.
Dispatch is 432.
Huh? Okay. We'll figure that out. So nothing on your person at all? Nothing? Mind if I reach in your pockets and stuff and all that? Nothing gonna stab me? Okay.
I'm going to be out with this.
All right, let's get him moving.
The victim's gonna be underneath that tent over there, so I'll get medics. Memorial tent over there, guys. All right. He put his hands on me. I told him not to. He put his hands on me. Memorial tent over there, guys. All right. He put his hands on me. I told him not to. He put his hands on me. Memorial tent over there, guys. All right. He put his hands on me. I told him not to. He put his hands on me.
Family, that doesn't sound like a cold-blooded killer. That doesn't sound like a murderer. The man is breaking down, the young man, excuse me, the boy at the time is breaking down, crying, saying he put his hands on me and I told him not to put his hands on me. Iron Will brings up another fantastic point. He wasn't read his Miranda rights. But yet they used all of that in court. Everything that he said was used in court. Just goes to show you that these people were all on the take. Lawyers, the prosecutor, the judge, the jury. They were all on the take. Because any lawyer worth his salt would make sure that anything that he said was inadmissible because of the fact that he was not read his Mirandas.
Victim is over here on the north end. They got staff standing to him right now. This is the alleged suspect. Already, no. We searched them. Got nothing on him. I don't know what happened.
423. Trackers have a CPR process for a little bit.
If they objected to that, then that's just another layer for the appeal. If the attorney actually objected to that, then that's just another layer on the onion. Shout out to our sister Renaissance Woman. That's another great point. He was a minor. So nobody was supposed to be talking to him without an attorney or his parents anyway.
Up to you. It's up to you.
That's fine. This is closer.
Okay. Let me do one more little check of you, okay? Yes, you don't mind for reaching your pockets, anything like that? You good?
I'm wearing some little under. No, ma'am, I don't think so.
What's your name, man?
Carmelo Anthony, Karmelo.
Okay. Have a seat here real quick, man. Watch your head. Let me check your hood here, buddy, okay?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll tell you what, lean this way so you're not resting on your hands, okay?
Yes,
all right, see a little bit of blood on your hands there, okay?
Yes,
all right.
402, I won't see.
So your first name is Carmelo?
Yes, sir. Karmelo.
Let's see, hold on one second.
Is he gonna be okay?
I don't know yet, man. Carmelo, C-A-R-A.
K-A-R.
K-A-R.
M-E-L-O.
M-E-L-O, Carmelo. What's your last name? A-N-T-H. O-N-Y. Where are you in?
I'm
10th grade? You go to Emerson?
No, sir.
Where do you go? Centennial. Okay.
I'm in 12th grade.
12th grade?
Yes.
Okay. North Centennial. All right, sit tight for me real quick, bud, all right? Let me run this guy real quick. I haven't talked to him at all.
All right. All right, Pab, let's see. Shout out to you and thank you for being here. Let's run it back a little bit. What is happening here? Let's see. Let's see. Carmelo gets up. He runs. Someone runs and puts something in the trash. Yeah. You ain't lying. I wonder what that was. So the initial chase that I thought started, it wasn't even a chase. The man ran to the damn trash can. See, I thought that this dude right here was chasing Carmelo. He was giving chase. He ran to the trash can and then walked away. And then they started chasing him. I thought Carmelo was just that damn fast. Oh, that's just another layer on the damn onion. I'm telling you, so much stuff here. Shout out to you, Pam. Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you for pointing that out. Now, I got a question. Now, this is a 15-minute clip that they released. Right? In this one, you can actually see a little bit better. Let me see here. Let me pull this up. I'll give you the full screen. Keep your eyes here. And this is where it gets a lot more blurry. You see, that's the thing that shows that they doctored parts of certain parts. They're fighting. He gets up. He runs. This one is the full clip of where he gets to the thing, but it is not the 16-minute clip that I heard about, and it is not clear as it's supposed to be from what I understand. But family, you know the family and how we get down when it comes to these type of situations, family. Everybody start really putting on their detective hats and watching the video and calling out little pieces of the video piece by piece. Let's go here, family. Let's go here.
We do see 4 people surrounding. Okay, tell you what, this is what I'm gonna do. Let's start off with Carmelo. This is what we're gonna do. Let's go backwards so we can see where Carmelo is sitting. So, okay, so that's Carmelo. Carmelo is sitting right. Oh, now if you look, wait, let me come back a little bit. Then Carmelo got loose and then he started running. Okay, come back. I actually can make this out. Okay. Yeah, and that's more than, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is 4 people. And it's more than one person putting their hands on him because you can see the person to the right putting his hands on Carmelo. And look, that's Carmelo getting up and running. And that's when he comes back, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's move it up. Boom. That's a hit. That's a punch. Yeah, and they were welling on him. They were. He did get jumped. Everybody swinging their hands.
Now, as you can see on the right, you see the group of Hunter, Austin, and friends walking towards the tent where Carmelo is. The friends break off to go distract the coach like they said, and Austin goes straight up the middle, directly towards Carmelo. Those are bleachers. It takes a lot to go up one. It looks like he skipped them, but went straight towards Carmelo. There was so much room for him to sit anywhere else, but that was an intention to go confront him. That was a confrontation. It was unnecessary. There was so much more space for him to go anywhere else, but he didn't sit down. He stood over him.
Y'all, we have Austin Metcalf, his brother, and a friend entering the stadium at this track meet. It's raining and it's wet. So we're watching them enter the stadium for their track meet. A big part of it was it raining or not? And we can clearly see it is raining. It is very wet. And people have umbrellas out, which lets you know that it is raining. So the big part of it was, what was he doing in the people's tent? Well, he was getting out of the rain, as we can clearly see that it is raining and it is very wet. So this is going to take a minute for these student athletes to reach the tent where they're going. And we clearly see Austin and his brother walking to, and some other student athletes walking to the tent, whichever tent they're going to. Now we see Carmelo enter the stadium, and it is still raining, and he's walking to go to it.
Now, family, I'm not going to play all that because we already went through it, but I'm just saying we're not letting this go, especially when you look at the tape. I don't even see how a jury saw this tape and still say that it was murder. You know, family, for all the folks out there who continuously say that there's no more racism, this is a new dawn and a new day. This just goes to show how full of shit they are. So full of shit is oozing out of their ears, their nose, their mouth, their eyes. Because when you bring up a comparison, oh, they don't like to compare. Because when you compare this situation, why did he have a knife? With this situation, yeah, they don't want to compare. Whenever you bring up Kyle Rittenhouse and him having a straw man purchased gun, carried it over a goddamn state lines, and unalived 2 people and claimed self-defense. They don't like to talk about that. They want you to believe that he was being attacked, but you're seeing Carmelo being attacked. This man went around pointing guns at people. You all remember when he was trying to act like he was there to help and administer goddamn aid? We're checking to see if people need aid. And the brothers was like, get your ass from around here. You were just pointing a gun at us just a few minutes ago. And that's what cracked everything off. This is the America KKK that all these tap dancing, boot licking tethers come to and deny the real issues of America. This is what we got going here. When you compare Daniel Penny to Carmelo Anthony, they get the Mayo babbling. You know, Jordan was he was scaring people and he was threatening people, but did he put his hands on anybody? The brother was having a mental breakdown on a goddamn subway, and they want to justify Daniel Penny unaliving him. That was murder. The Bible says that they shall make up down and down up. And this is what you're seeing. Telling you that evil is good and good is evil. That's what they're trying to convince people to be okay with. And it ain't flying. It ain't flying whatsoever. That's because it was murder. Carmelo is a killer. It was only those 2 boys. You people got to stop your lying. We just played the video clip here of 4 damn boys swinging their arms at him. What the hell are you talking about? You see, family? These people live in a delusion. And they want you to be delusional right along with them. What they say, white supremacy plays the fool, and they want you to play the fool right along with them. Shout out Nellie Fuller and Dr. Francis Cress Wilson. Yeah, buddy. Hard ban. A hard ban for any troll that come up in here talking that nonsense. We're not going to give them any energy here today. And thank you, Ach, my good brother, for pointing that out. Now, as I was stating, when you compare apples to apples, they try to convince you that it is apples to pears, apples to plums, because they know that they're upholding a system of white supremacy. They just expect you not to know. Now, I want to get into the clip because many people are saying I want y'all to remember that the people who went to see the clip did not describe the clip in the way that we just saw the clip. The people who filled out the FOIA request, they did not describe the clip in that manner. And I think it's important to kind of go back to some of those people just to remind you all of what they were saying before the clip came out and what we all just confirmed with our own damn eyes. Let's go here.
Secret Service, Sam here with the Carmelo Anthony update. Now, the footage has obviously been leaked, but this is not the footage that the people who filled out the FOIA, the Freedom of Information Act, such as people like Dwayne Turner and the other videos that we've seen of people saying that they saw this video. It was crystal clear, supposedly clearer than what we're seeing. Now, what I'm finding is interesting about this footage, if you scrub through it, is right before Carmelo pops out from the tent, there are these weird white lines that you can see right here. And right before he pops out, there are two lines in the screen, if you notice them. Now, there are these white lines throughout the videos, like this one, or like this one, or like this one. Now, I am no video expert on this, but something is odd. Is it glitching? People have reported that certain people kind of disappear in the video. So some people are thinking that this footage was edited to support, you know, the lack of self-defense on Anthony's part. Now, what I also find interesting is in that body cam footage, you hear a distraught man crying, saying, I told him not to touch me. I told him not to put his hands on me. And he is distraught. This does not sound like somebody who was in anger did this. It sounds like somebody who was defending themselves and was pushed to their limit. And then we see Carmelo back up. It's not like he goes forward in the tent and then runs out. He backs away from the situation. But this whole thing seems a little bit fishy.
You seen the video on 2 hours. Was it clear enough or was it fuzzy or what?
No, it was clear. It was okay. It's clear enough where you can see the actual individual raindrops come by the camera.
Okay.
That's how clear it is. You actually.
The brother said the video clip was so clear that you could see the raindrops come by the camera. Is that the clip we just watched? No, I didn't see raindrops at all. Let's continue.
You see them walking up. You see that Carmelo is already up under there. He's under there minding his business.
Dodging the rain, or
yeah, it was still raining. You know, right. So that day we were under a tornado watch.
Right.
We were under thunderstorm warning, and we know we had already had some light rain then, and it started raining again. Then it was over with.
Okay.
So that's kind of what happened on that day. But they were at a rain delay already, and so during that time when that happened, the twins, their two buddies, and a few other kids, because there was a few kids involved with them. They were all coming from the direction of the middle school, coming walking back up.
Right.
On the video, you can see those four that actually was involved, and maybe about 3 or 4 others that was with them, skipping up, trying to catch up behind. One veered off probably toward his way to go to the coach and kind of distract him a little bit. And then the other 4 came walking together. One went in front of them, went past.
Right.
The other 4 went and they surrounded Carmelo. You know, if you're Carmelo,
and they showed that on that video.
It's on the video.
Okay, come on.
You can see him walk.
I'm gonna say little stuff.
I'll put it this way.
Okay.
They actually tell you when you're watching the video, pay attention to this corner right here, because if you look anywhere else, you might miss different things.
Okay.
So watch those 4. Here, there are 4 right there coming up.
Right.
That's exactly what they say.
Okay.
And so you have no way to be confused that it's those 4.
Okay.
So they come up, they surround them, and it's an immediate moment of not even a few seconds of pause. Then that's when they jump. And so
they actually did jump him.
Yeah, it wasn't just no touch. It wasn't just all that moment. Yeah, it was a push. It was all kind of things. But Austin pushed, Hunter hit, and then everybody swung.
Austin pushed, Hunter hit, then everybody swung. Now, let's go here.
2 of them veer off. One go up the bleachers, which is on my right, and then one continues to walk straight. Then I see a group of 4. Now they're walking a little hurried. They walk directly up to where Carmelo is sitting. They go into the bleachers and they stop right in front of Carmelo. And when they stop in front of Carmelo, the entrance of the bleacher blocked. He couldn't get out. You can't see the other end of the bleacher because there's only like, I would say half of the canopy that's showing on the video screen. So they stand there for a few minutes, and then all of a sudden, you see movement under the canopy where Carmelo is sitting. You see shoulders moving, you see ducking, you know. You see Carmelo kind of lean out and come back in, and then he leans out again, like he does a backward fall off the bleacher. He crawls just a little bit. He stands up. He goes up a couple of bleachers. He looks around, and then he runs to my right, the bleachers on my right, diagonally down. When he gets down to the bottom, he falls. Now, at the same time, I see 3 boys running down the stairs. Carmelo quickly gets up and continues to run out of the frame. The 3 boys are chasing behind him, and then one stops.
And I don't want to hear they're just making it up because da-da-da-da. No, I believe that it's important for this video to be released because it really will exonerate Carmelo Anthony, and it will show everything that he said what happened to him, that he was defending himself. And
let's go here.
This is part 2. Was punching the individual. He got, I noticed you used jumped. What did you mean by that?
So that's the terminology that I use. So, and I can repeat it for everybody, is jumping, and this is my definition, right? I could.
For you Nabiscos, this is the Nabisco talking. This is the white woman, Miss Daisy. And she's saying the same damn thing.
Be completely incorrect, but whereas one individual is facing one person with other people surrounding them, so that one individual of a group could be touching them, or multiple people in that group could be touching that one said individual, right? So if it is one person touching him at the time, you don't know if those other individuals could potentially jump in, right? There's the key term of jump. So
in the video that they showed in court, a couple of people told me, because they attended the actual trial inside the courtroom, they said the video that the courtroom showed them, it only showed one person walking up towards Carmelo, just one, not 4.
The video I saw had 4.
Be my guest, sis. Go ahead, sis.
So from there, you could see arm movements. Again, it's clear, and you could see kind of like elbows moving back and forth. And as I had said, you had noticed a head pop up and back. This is where I'm assuming it is Carmelo because of the next moves that happened next. Once he was pulled back into the canopy, he immediately scattered back up those bleacher steps, and it was about 3 to 4 bleacher steps. He paused, looked to his left, to look to his right, and he took to his left, which would have been my right, staring at him, running down those steps. As he reaches the bottom of those metal bleachers, he trips and falls. He picks back up and starts running back off to my right. At that time, I had noticed 3 individuals chasing after him. And I want to remind you that no one had moved from the canopy outside of these 4 individuals, Carmelo and the 3 chasing him. From there, I took my eyes directly back over to the bleacher steps, and I see Austin reaching the last couple of steps. And that is where he is holding his chest, and he collapses to the ground. He falls to his right, which would have been my left. From there, I cannot confirm or deny if Hunter did come up or not. I never saw anybody from my right side come back over to that way. I did see somebody in a blue hoodie. I'm assuming it was a teacher, coach, athletic trainer, just due to the build of the body.
Carmelo Anthony had every right to do what he did. Why these videos of what these people saw was not in the courtroom, and they want to put in some kind of grainy ass video that really didn't show shit. All them people, from the DA, the judge, Carmelo's lawyer, all their asses. Everybody need to go down because this is messed up. Y'all messing with this boy's life to save Hunter. Please, justice will be served.
Shout out to Christopher Ellis. He came in with the sus. I already knew you was going to be the one. I knew you or Angelic or Miss Nisi, one of y'all was going to say it. I already knew it. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to you. Family, we know what's going on. This is the system of white supremacy doing what it always does. That's basically what this is. And this is why it is important. And I stated this several times over about this case, about this whole situation. The optics needs to be addressed. Because like I said, I'm tired of the mother being basically put on every broadcast, welling her eyes out. We're at war. Put on your war face. Get mad. Get angry. But don't go on every damn talk show giving these supremacists exactly what they want. This is a form of buck breaking. That's what that is. When they take the mother and parade her around crying all over the place, that is a turn on for the white supremacists. They get their rocks off by seeing that. When they see those type of things, I wouldn't be surprised if they just drop their pants right then and just start jacking it in Mississippi or wherever the hell else they are. Because that is the most attractive thing to them. It's black pain. That's why they can't stand to see black joy. When they're making all these videos about black people just doing what we do, living our lives, being happy, that's because they don't get to see the pain that they enjoy so much when we're enjoying ourselves. That's because they signed a contract with the system of white supremacy that we should never be able to be happy, or at least no happier than they are. When the America's on fire and we're out here doing line dances, creating new dance moves and all kind of stuff like that, they can't stand to see it. Because we're supposed to be the ones on the bottom. So whenever America's on fire, we're supposed to be the ones hurting the most. And come to find out, this time around, that is not the case. Everybody's going head to head. The Nabiscos are going head to head. The illegals, they're going head to head with the Nabiscos and ICE. The goddamn Asians, they're going head to head with us taking our dollars away, and we're going to be talking about that in a little bit too. Everybody's going head to head in this situation, and all we doing is sitting back laughing at all of them. Because we've been sound the alarm a long time ago. They just didn't want to hear it. I want to go here. When I say this, I mean this. This is what they want to see. When I say they get their jollies off when they see this, I mean it. And I need everybody to understand how much I mean it. They get their jollies off. You know what they don't get their jollies off on? Let me show you what they don't get their jollies off on. They don't get their jollies off on this. They hate to see this. They hate to see the brother who didn't walk in with his head down. Oh, they hate to see a brother who unalived one of theirs after they unalived his son. Oh, they hate to see it. And they hate to see the fact that he ain't feeling remorseful. He ain't sad. None of that. So I think it's time that we all take a second and wish this good brother a happy Father's Day. for not just doing what he did as a father, but bucking the system right after which. This man ain't out here with no sad faces on. Every time they put a camera in this man's face, this man, if he don't know nothing else, he know about optics. If he knows nothing else, he knows about optics. This man is standing right there smiling in the face of every camera that they put. Every camera that was put in his face. This is what we want. And this is the optics that the world needs to see. When it's war, when you at war, it's war time. You need to put on your war face. You need to put on your war gear. You need to paint your war colors on your face or whatever the hell you want to do. Not cry. Not go on every damn news publication that they give you to go on and cry. Shout out to our sister Astarte Jones. She says the brother was ready to go to hell or jail about his son. Salute to the warrior. And I absolutely agree. This is what they don't want you to see, and this is what they hate to see. Now, I want to touch on this real quick. Let me pull this down for a hot second. There's a man going around here trying to put a hit on Carmelo. Let's go here, family. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, family. There we go. There we are. Oh, I didn't even pull it up. My bad, family. Let's go here.
I don't know about you guys, but the first person that I hear about that attacks Carmelo Anthony in prison, I will be putting money on their books.
Well, hey there, King Stale. Wait, is that what is it? Oh no, I am so sorry. King's Tale is your username. My bad. It's just that King Stale fits you so much better. But here's the thing about that video, King Stale. That's a felony. You are inciting somebody to commit violence against somebody for monetary gain. You are putting a hit out on that poor kid. That kid who should not be in prison because it was self-defense. You put a hit out on that kid, and that is a felony according to Title 18 USC Section 373. You can look that up if you want. But that is a felony, and because I guarantee you don't live in the same state as Carmelo Anthony, you just committed a felony across state lines, which means it's a federal offense. You're probably going to be getting a call from the FBI soon, and I know. People are saying that video's AI. Here's the thing. Even if it is, it doesn't matter because King Stale still put that out onto the internet. He is still responsible for the content that he put out on the internet. It doesn't matter if it is AI. It also doesn't matter if you delete the video, King Stale, because you still put it out there. Your metadata is still attached to that video. Your metadata is still attached to that video. Your username is still attached to that video. We have your PFP attaching you to that account. We have everything we need to know to send to the FBI to have it taken care of. And that's the thing. Well, we do have a lot of assholes that are running the FBI right now. Most of the FBI still does its job, and they take threats like this very, very seriously. Kingsdale. So it doesn't matter if it's AI. It doesn't matter if you deleted the video. You're still attached to that. And the authorities are being informed. Have the day that you deserve.
Family, this guy believe, and yes, that right there should have the FBI knocking on his door, because he quite literally got out on, you know, a major platform and tried to quite literally entice someone, incentivize someone to put their hands on Carmelo. But here's what y'all don't know. Carmelo, whether y'all know it or not, he might be in PC right now, but understand something. If he is ever put in general pop, Carmelo is protected. And this is word from the inside. You see, there's a strict code that is basically adhered to in the prisons. And something like this, you better believe everybody's eyes was watching to see what was going to happen. And the word from jail, the word from the inside, is that the Nabiscos ain't running a damn thing up in there. Them folks sit on a damn floor when it's movie night, when it's TV night. So, from the word that's coming from the inside, yeah, that ain't going to happen. And if anybody think it's going to happen, they're going to get dogged. But I'm sure you guys would like to hear it for yourself. So let me go ahead and bring this up here.
Was debunked by one of the brothers who called in from prison and confirmed it is not happening. Y'all check this out.
Hey, now one of these white groups in this penitentiary on no kind of smoke. There was no trouble with now brother in this penitentiary. And now he being put on now black person in this penitentiary by no white boy. You motherfuckers sitting on the floor playing Dungeons and Dragons. Y'all table over there by the pistol. White boy ain't got no motherfucking structure, no power in this penitentiary. So whoever told you that, a motherfucking rock blower smoke up your ass. You know what I'm saying? I'm on the hardest. I've been on the hardest prison in Texas. And ain't now white boy gonna do nothing against now brother in this penitentiary. They gonna make, when we get to beat y'all up, y'all gonna make an excuse on why we did it. Y'all gonna justify why we did it while y'all was wrong for us doing it. They gonna sit your bitch ass on a bench somewhere.
It was debunked.
Family, this ain't what you want. Y'all don't understand what you guys did when you sat here and quite literally in the public's face, in the face of America, lynched this young boy, railroad this young boy, and he was a good kid. Everybody saw it. And you don't think some of those brothers in there that feels that they were railroaded as well ain't going to get on their damn job to protect that young boy? You out your rabbit ass goddamn mind. So all you Nabiscos, you sit your dumb asses down. Because just like you a coward on the outside, there's cowards on the inside. Now, I will say this as well before we move away from the Nabisco. You guys are celebrating an innocent man going to jail. You celebrate when our children are unalive. Hold up. I got to pause on this one. Shout out to Miss Nisi. He's still a good kid, church. I would agree with you with one caveat. Now he's over 18, so he's a good young man. I give you that much. That's why I was saying he was a good kid, because at the time he was 18. I mean, at the time he was 17. But you're correct. He's still good. Shout out to you, my sister. Now, to the Nabiscos. Y'all celebrate our children being unalive. You celebrate Miss Justice, a miscarriage of justice. You celebrate whenever something bad happens to foundational Black Americans. But let me make sure you understand something, you dumbass son of a bastards. You dumbass son of a hick-town ancestral son of a knuckle dragger. Let me let you understand something, or let me make you understand something. Everything they do to us is just a precursor for what they will do to you. I keep explaining this point to you. And y'all don't get it. But guess what? ABK will make sure you get it. I want to go here. Because I want you all to understand that this can happen to you. And it can and will happen to you. Your white skin will no longer protect you. The contract that you made with the system of white supremacy is starting to fold backwards onto you.
In January, 2 911 callers reported a white van driving erratically, saying 2 Black guys were inside and had a gun. Police found a white van. They rammed it twice on purpose, flipped it on its side, and fired 27 shots at the driver. The driver was John Genuine, a white man alone with no gun, not the guys they were supposed to be chasing. And think about it for a second. 27 shots because they thought he was Black. That's the level of excessive force we're talking about here. Only 7 shots hit him. None alone killed him. He bled out slowly inside the burning van. The officers stood outside debating whether they'd even hit him. Nobody called for help. He died over 5 minutes while at least 8 officers watched. Police told his parents over 17 hours later that there had been an exchange of gunfire. There wasn't. He never fired a shot. He was an engineer driving to fix equipment. 2 of the officers who fired had received awards for distinguished service. One of them got the Department Life-Saving Award. And the same department is facing 2 whistleblower lawsuits for hiring unqualified officers and firing staff who tried to report it. This is what our tax dollars fund, and the authority to bill handed to people who can't even get the basic facts right, then lie to a grieving family about it. The Michigan AG will decide whether to bring charges, but I wouldn't hold your breath.
Shout out to Sweet Butters in the building, as well as J-Rock in the building. Shout out to the both of you. Thank you both for being here. Yeah, that ABK. That anti-Black karma hit they ass hard. You got one Nabisco driving a car, and all it took was for somebody to claim that the person driving the car was 2 Black men, and that car got hit, flipped, and shot 20-something times, unaliving the Nabisco inside. You think that the ABK ain't knocking at your door? Guess what? You're wrong. Family? And that's not the only thing I wanted to show you about the ABK. We got to also talk about Jake Lang real quick. Can we talk about Jake Lang for a quick second? That's all we're going to give Jake. We're going to give him a millisecond. Jake Lang was out there at Carmelo Anthony's trial doing this nonsense, even though he had a restraining order from the court not to be there. Shout out to our good brother Black RU. Thank you for your Cash App. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior brother. So let's give Jake Lang a little attention, shall we? Because that's what he wanted. That's why he was out there. He was out there because he wanted some attention from the camera. So let's give him the little bit of attention that he so desperately needs and he so desperately deserves. Don't you agree, family? Let's go here. Oh, give me 1 second. It's trying to play. Oh, you play. Oh, you gonna play around with me, huh? Okay. I'm just clicking away, and this isn't doing a damn thing. All right, let's go here. Hold up. All right, let's go here.
Swinging from a tree outside this courthouse. Carmelo Anthony should be hanging from a tree.
Terrorist threats? Really? So you not only go to a place where you wasn't supposed to be by court order, then you get there and you start using inflammatory terrorist threats? Oh, Jake.
Establish race relations in this country so that we can get along.
Tensions were high today for the Carmelo Anthony case, who is on trial for the alleged unaliving of Austin Metcalf.
We love about you. They deserve protection too.
So, excuse me if I use colorful language like Carmelo Anthony needs to be swinging from a tree. Our people are being hunted by your people.
It's the other way around because for years and years and centuries, white people have killed black people. Do you deny that? Like that hung black people in trees. Like you said, have enslaved black people, have mass incarcerated black people.
I think it's victim culture. I think it's victim culture, and there's too much.
You crack ass motherfucker, you barely made it to the. You got 1 foot in the grave and 1 on a banana peel. I'm gonna push you if I get close enough.
Shout out to whoever this brother is. Shout out to this brother 100-fold. I must play an applause for that man. He said you got 1 foot in the grave and 1 foot on a banana peel, and I'm looking to push your ass in. I love my people. Let's continue.
Many supporters from each side showed up and gave their side of the story, including Next
I
Gen.
want to put out how Carmelo feels. He feels like you need 8, 19-year-old child.
That's one of our sons.
Yeah.
You know, that's one.
I'm just coming here to support one of my family friends. You know, I think it's messed up what they did. I'm not saying anything racially, but I'm protesting that somebody that did a crime should be in prison for that crime.
Because if the shoe was on the other foot, they wouldn't give it to you. Let's say the community.
I just want to make sure that I capture, like, in my mind, like, everything, how it happens.
I'm Native American. I believe in Christian values. I'm here to stand for these people over on this side. They're animals. They're heathens. They're fucking. They shouldn't even be allowed in this country anymore.
Y'all see Putin's Mexican? Y'all see Putin's Mexican? He's talking about we're animals and heathens. And these are the people that the Democratic Party wants you to be in a coalition with, family. Ain't no damn people of color. Either you're black or you're not. Either you're black or you're a melanated other person. A mop. Shout out to Black Alpha. Let's continue.
They are agreeing that an innocent person should be murdered and the guy should get away. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, it was pretty wild, but I put some details below about the case. Let me know your thoughts on this.
I'll tell you my thoughts. Or at least I'll share Jake Lang's girlfriend's thoughts, his fiance's thoughts. I just got an update from Jake Lang, who was arrested by dozens of DPS, Texas federal police. Police officers. Oh my God. Who ripped him off the plane, handcuffed and drove him away while he was still on the tarmac. Jake has been charged with Class 3 terrorist threats, as he should be, for saying if the jury didn't find Carmelo guilty, that Jake would take care of it himself. No. He got hit with terrorist threats by going there when he wasn't supposed to be there and saying that Carmelo needs to be hanging from a tree. Texas State Police have yet to arrest any of the Carmelo Anthony supporters who threatened to hang Jake from a tree if the sheriffs wasn't there, or push you into a grave. Shout out to that brother. To one of Jake's supporters in the wheelchair, every time they target Jake for arrest, it's obnoxious. It's obvious they're using full lawfare to try to silence his voice that so many millions of us agree with. So many millions of you agree with him saying that a child should be hanging from a damn tree. Yeah, it reminds me of those back in the day lynchings, where you all were like standing around taking pictures for postcards and stuff. Can't take no accountability, right? None of these people can take any accountability. But let's continue. Jake's bonds will be set in the morning and probably will be ridiculously high, and he really needs to help. He really needs the help of American patriots to get him out. Yeah, that's not going to work either, because he's going to be hit with that Chud the Builder treatment. See, I told y'all, right now, everybody's butting heads. Everybody. So the covert racists are butting head with the overt racists. And people like Chud the Builder, Chud the Bussy, Chud the Bend Over, Chud the Butt Plug, and Jake Lang, they're putting too much attention on white supremacy. They're bringing too many eyes on something that isn't supposed to exist. America is supposed to be a neutral place, they say. Everything was in the past, they claimed. But people like Jake Lang and people like Chug the Bussy, Daisy the Fairy, Daisy the Fairy, people such as them, they bring the attention that nobody wants. So yeah, that's not going to happen. Shout out to Tasha Jones Music Biz. Thank you for becoming a member, and enjoy the content, family. I want to go here. Jake Lang is being held on $1 million bond in Dallas for making terrorist threats. New mugshot dropped. Oh, family. That mugshot is just chef kiss. Oh, the mugshot is just amazing. Matter of fact, we got to get some of the other stuff out of the way. Let's get some of the other stuff out of the way, shall we? I got to get a good look at that mugshot. Ooh, that is delicious. Yeah, that is what I love this for you, Jake. I love this for you, Jake. Oh, man. He looked like he's drugged up. He looks like he just took the needle out of his right arm. You know how Trump was selling pictures of his mugshot? Yeah, I don't think Jake will be able to do that. Yeah, I don't think Jake is going to make any money off of this. Why is Jake, who is a top hat, by the way, why is he sitting here looking like Hitler's son? Oh, yeah, I know they're going to hate me for that. Somebody please tell me. All you got to do is put the little mustache on him. Oh man, this is just delicious. That ABK, he wanted the attention, huh, brother? He wanted the attention. This is the attention you wanted, Jake. Shout out to Chris Radio. That's a zesty mud shot right there. Don't drop the soap, homie. Oh, Jake. You thought that you was just going to go around and at no point would ABK hit you in the back of the head. Well, I hope you're enjoying that cell. That 5x10 cell of yours. Because I'm pretty sure they PC'd you up. Oh, family. And I want y'all to pay attention because there's some folks going around trying to make it seem like they're happy that Jake went to jail because of the way he disrespected Austin's father. Let's go here.
You need to watch this video to understand who Jake Lang really is. Most people are just now seeing him within the past few months, but people like me have been watching him for over a year, and we remember when he disrespected Austin Metcalf's dad, and his dad put him in his place and told him to stop using his son to drive his divide and conquer agenda.
In this country is wrong. Why can't you stand that and say with that? Maybe you can. Would you be willing to stand by me in a press conference or in an individual interview and talk about this issue that is larger than Austin at this point? God rest a beautiful young man's soul that would have been one of our strongest voices if he was still alive today.
Are you done?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay, my turn to speak. You are part of the fucking problem, my friend.
Now, I want you all to realize, I want you all to take note that when Jeff Metcalf said that he was a part of the effing problem, he wasn't talking about the fact that he's an anti-black racist bigot, because we already done seen the video clip of Jeff Metcalf spewing all of his racist talking points and shenanigans. We saw it with our own eyes. So why would he then, right? We saw it. The evidence that he is just as racist as Jake Lang. So why would he say he's part of the effing problem? That's because the covert racist was at that time going against the overt racist. And now the case is over. Jeff can go back to being the overt racist that he probably always been. Let's get into it.
You're trying to create more race divide than bridging the gap. I do not condone anything you do. You do not have any fucking...
That's called white guilt. No, let it talk.
My son, let me finish. I give you your time. You take my son's face off your website. Yeah. I am not associated with you.
You're creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness, sir. Thanks. You are creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness.
You are being weak. I gotta be honest with you about that, sir.
You're being weak. Condemn your son's killer and the culture that caused it.
Hey, Jeff.
That's the problem.
You've been submitted. Hold on, Jeff. You've been submitted. I'll handle it from here.
Jake was using Austin Metcalf in his story to promote himself running for Congress in Florida. When running for office failed, he started traveling to all these events around America to push his agenda, which is trying to divide and conquer America. He's not trying to bring people together. He's focused on dividing America and then giving you his give, send, go, so you go donate to him.
Oh, this did not age well, did it? I know this man, he probably removed this video after Jeff Metcalf went out and did his racist rant. I'm pretty sure of it. But we saw somebody in the clip that we got to address who was also out there. And this guy's name escapes me. But he was the one saying that Jeff sounded weak.
I'm from Africa. I'm blacker than all of you. By far, actually. Yeah. From the motherland. Born in Africa. Hold on.
Notice he out there saying that he's blacker than everybody out there because he's from Africa. And this sassy dude is talking about what part? What the hell does it matter? First and foremost, ain't nobody from Africa blacker than the Black American, the foundational Black American. Nobody outside of America is black like foundational Black Americans. You're black racially. We're black ethnically. We're the one that put the spit on everything. We're the ones that made being black popular. And when you're in Africa, you do not consider yourselves black. I didn't play video after video after video after video of these people saying they didn't know they were black until they got over here.
All right, I'm gonna tell y'all something real quick. Black people are not exclusively from America. They're from all over the world. All over the world. They're from Africa, Australia, Great Britain, not just from America.
And none of them call themselves black outside of America. Continue.
Oh, that's a death threat. That's a death threat, right? Get on video. That's a death threat.
What do you say?
He said I'm going to do this to you. What does that mean? Huh? I'm from Africa. I'm black.
He said, I said I'll back slap you, Nick. You better get yourself together. Let's go here. I want to remind y'all, I believe his name is like Philip Anderson or Anderson Philip, something like that. I want to remind y'all of what happened the last time he was talking that stuff.
Fuck you! Fuck out of here!
And that was done by a Nabisco. That was done by a Nabisco. Shout out to our sister, Miss Hurricane Niecy. Church, that's Philip Anderson. Philip Anderson. Thank you, Miss Niecy. The man who got his tooth knocked right on out. Well. Shout out to our sister Brooke in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here as always, my warrior sister. And if y'all have not yet, make sure y'all go and subscribe to our sister as well as Thorough Black Talk. They was dropping heat on the bridge. Jesus, I tell you. Much love to you all. Family, the Nabisco is going to figure out and they're going to realize that it starts with us and ends with them.
You all right? You roll out this window. I don't feel good. You're gonna be all right. You need some air. What's the deal?
I don't know.
All right, just.
What the me for?
Get out of the car.
What did you just punch me in the head for?
You hit my office.
No, I did not. I hope you got a camera on.
I do.
I got my hands cuffed. What are you doing?
Hey.
Help!
Relax.
Help!
Relax.
What the you had me if I just passed out?
Hey, stand up.
Are you? I can't stand up. You just punched me in the face.
You all right? You roll out this window. I don't feel good. You're gonna be all right. You need some air. What's the deal?
I don't know. I don't know. Oh.
All right, just
What the me for?
get out of the car.
What did you just punch me in the head for?
You hit my office.
No, I did not. I hope you got a camera on.
I do.
I got my hands cuffed. I got my hands cuffed. What the f you doing? Help!
Relax.
Help! What the f you had me if I just passed out?
Hey, stand up.
Are you? I can't stand up. You just punched me in the face.
You all right?
Hey, Nabiscos. This is the America that you have manufactured for yourselves. Yeah. Y'all didn't think that attention would ratchet around and come back onto you, but it does. Whether it's Jake, whether it's the Nabisco, that car got flipped and piled over 20-something times. Or whether it's this man right here who was having a health issue and got socked up by the popo while he was in cuffs, dragged out. And God knows who else, because the camera turned off. Or at least this footage stopped. I'm telling you, this ain't going to turn out the way y'all think it is. Exactly, Christopher. You treated me like a Negro. I'm going to have to get that Asian man and put it as a drop for every time this happens. Let's go. Now, let's get into some of the bootlick, tap dancing, Sambo and coons. And before we get into it, let me just get a couple of things out of the way.
You's a coon nigga. Send in the clowns.
Yeah, let's talk about the bootlicks, the Sambos, and the tap dancers that are basically making their way out to try to speak against Carmelo. Judge Hatchett had a few things to say. Judge Hatchett thought that she could come in and quite literally you could tell that the woman didn't know any of the facts of the case. But yet she still allowed herself to come out and sound like a buffoon in order to make it seem as if Carmelo was guilty. Judge Hatchett, to the front of the class, please. Let's go here. Oh, why is it not pulling up? I'm telling you, family, today his StreamYard is acting a fool. I guess they didn't. StreamYard must not want me doing this damn broadcast. Hold on 1 second. All right. Let's go here. This is Judge Hatchett.
See that there was a basis for self-defense. I did not see, based on the testimony, that his life was in danger and that it justified the fatal stabbing. He was not supposed to be in the tent. He was asked to leave the tent. Why not just leave the tent?
Woo! What's your thoughts on what the judge said?
I think that's negligent for her to say, because you were not there to hear that this actually was self-defense. So when I'm hearing someone that is of her caliber and is a former judge and had to make rulings based off of the testimony and facts and evidence that was admitted, it's very negligent for her to say that. And it's a narrative that people are going to attach themselves to. So if you don't know something, don't say it, because people trust what you're saying. To say that he was asked to leave the tent or he was not supposed to be there, what we learned, every witness stated that he was invited into the tent. Carmelo was walking, minding his business. He was not trying to go into the memorial tent. He was invited by somebody that was a friend of his. So when I hear her say that, that's when I know she's not paying attention and she doesn't know exactly what she's saying. She's just saying what makes sense because of her lack of knowledge of what happened. That's why it's negligent for us when we have these platforms when we don't do our full research. Now you have inundated yourself into something, and now people can come and fact check you, and now you got to come back to it and say, oh, I was misinformed. No, you failed to inform yourself before you made this statement. Yes, this individual, someone lost their life. However, you are telling a child that they should leave when they are already a threat in front of them. That's like telling Rosa Parks that she should have got up out of her seat.
Shout out to the sister Brooke, my sister, for bringing the information. I did not know this. Judge Hatchett was sexually assaulted by a sheriff. Why didn't she leave the sheriff's presence? Ooh, good question. If it works for the gander, it works for the goose, right? I'm just saying. That's a great question. Family, it's just been one situation after the next. But I like this situation because it exposes people who we wouldn't have thought otherwise. Dennis Sperling, come to the front of the class. He had some things he wanted to say. And we're not going to play all of this, but we're going to play enough of it to where you guys can hear the tap dancing, the buffooning, the cooning.
You's a coon nigga.
Willie D, I'm going to say, you big dummy, why would you pull a knife out and stab somebody just because they pushed you?
Willie D live.
If I send my son to a track meet on a Saturday morning here in Texas, I don't expect him to come home in a body bag. On the flip side, if I send my son into a track meet, I don't expect to get a call from the jail a couple hours after he leave home telling me he done caught a murder charge. So we have to all agree that this is extraordinary. And I don't mean that in a good sense. I mean, this is unheard of. This is not normal. You see, and now we have to sit back and try to figure out, well, what happened? Okay, and when I go back to the facts of the case, Austin didn't have a gun. Austin didn't have a knife. Carmelo wasn't being stomped out. He wasn't being beaten unconscious. Okay, this was a teenage confrontation under a tent. This is a schoolyard fight and somebody popped up dead. You see?
No, Dennis, it was not a schoolyard fight. It was 4 people wailing on one boy, one 130-pound boy. And you think that it's supposed to just be fisticuffs? And he's an attorney, ladies and gentlemen. Is this what has become of our lawyer class? Is this what has become of our legal class?
And see, I'm from a different generation, man. You run up on me, you gonna put hands on me, I'm gonna put hands on you. But I know well enough to know that even in some of the worst situations I've been in growing up in LA, man, if I'm in the circle, I'm in the circle. I'm gonna get my.
I know you didn't just say you grew up in LA and you talking about if I'm in the circle, I'm in the circle. I told the story one time when they were trying to jump me and my sister came out with a broomstick and we were swinging back to back. I could tell you a million more stories about what's happened in LA when people thought that they were going to jump people, but they're not my stories to tell. So I told my own. I don't know what this man is talking about, but if a person's getting jumped by anybody, whether 2 to 4, 9 times out of the 10, The person who's getting jumped isn't just going to sit there and take it if they have something on them to air them cats out. Let me just put it like that. Don't put that cowardness on LA. Do not put that cowardness on Los Angeles. Unless you're talking about all the other people that lives in Los Angeles. Because I know for damn certain, I've seen with my own damn eyes.
I respect. Now, of course, I'm a grown man now and I have responsibilities, but I'm not going to pull out a blade or a pistol just because I'm getting whooped on or because I'm scared. I'm going to come from the shoulders. I'm going to do what I got to do to protect myself, and I'm going to get my respect. And God willing, I'm going to make them realize don't ever mess with that dude again. But under no circumstances, I'm not going to pull out a knife and stab somebody, man.
You don't know what you would do if you was in the position that Carmelo was in. Or maybe you do. Maybe you do know what you would do, and that would be nothing because you're a coward. That's what a coward would do. I'm from LA. I'm going to tell you straight up. If I'm being jumped and I got a knife in my pocket, I'm stabbing everybody in that mother lover. I don't give a damn what you say. That's stupidity not to use that knife. Shout out to Chris Radio once again for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, family. Stop the cap. Dennis the Deuce. The Dunce, excuse me. I don't know why I said Deuce. Dennis the Dunce. He needs the dunce hat on this one. This is why it's very careful where you get your media, and this is why it's important that this happened. Because now we're starting to see the people that some of us were following, some of us may have enjoyed their content. They're coming out saying what we need to hear. Shout out to our brother Antithesis. Thank you for your super chat donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family.
Send in the clowns.
See, here's the problem, Willie D. I'm a lawyer, but I'm also a father. You see, and I understand there's a racial dynamic associated with this. I get that part. Because see, if the situation was reversed, see, Willie D, if it was a 210-pound black boy, we wouldn't be on it. Yeah, I mean, we might have been here, but it wouldn't be this.
So if you know that, why are you sitting here spewing all this nonsense? I'm a lawyer, but I'm a father as well, and I understand, but there is a racial element if the shoe was on the other foot. You know that, but yet you keep on trying to make an argument against it. Continue.
Controversial. I'm with you on that.
If the situation was reversed, we wouldn't even be here. Because the first thing would have happened, they would have said, "Well, how did it start? What happened? Who started it?" Oh, so you're trying to tell me if the 200-pound black boy had not approached the 150-pound white boy, that this would have never happened. He wouldn't be dead. So keep your hands to yourself. I'm in these comments all the time. All day, every day, and that's all I see when it comes to bullying and people putting their hands on people. Even when women put their hands on men, people collectively say, "Well, she shouldn't have hit him. She hit him first," and it don't matter what he did to her after that. They say, "Well, she hit him first." What do you think? What do you think was the most compelling argument for, or the effective argument for the defense that created some reasonable doubt?
I think the fact that he was sitting there minding his business the whole time, that they were able to prove that Austin Metcalf put hands on him first, that he was invited there by the friend who, denounced him as a friend. And that's another thing, and I don't want to get off on a tangent. Yeah. It seems to me, and I know they had 21 witnesses, I get that, or 20 witnesses, but it seems to me like people are trying to distance themselves from Carmelo Anthony. And the reason that they're trying to do that is because in that community, they all have to live there. Okay, the judges.
No, because they're mops. melanated other people, and they get on call with the system of white supremacy because they do not see themselves as black. That's one. Or they see themselves as white adjacent, like the Asian and the Hispanics that was on the goddamn jury. That's why. We're not going to make no excuse for that.
Got to live there. The jury's got to live there. They got to go back into that very same community, and they don't want to be available. But then when
I'm going to move it forward a little bit, family, because there's two major points that I want to touch on before we move to the next one.
I look at the actual charge, I'm going to say, well, where was the need for deadly force? And so you slide right back into murder.
Did either side make a mistake, in your opinion, that could have swayed the jury one way or the other? Did they make a mistake, a key mistake, something that was glaring?
I don't want to. Well, yeah, I would say the all-white jury, when the prosecutors struck the last 3 black school teachers on peremptory exceptions on the grounds that they were educators and they didn't want them involved. Because what that does is it allows for an appeal of the conviction. And that doesn't mean that Carmelo Anthony won't get convicted. What it means is there's grounds for a new trial. That's what that means. But the Batson, it was too obvious. You have 3 jurors left and you strike all 3 for peremptory charge. That lets me know that you didn't want them there, even though you said it was for non-racial reasons. You said it was because they were educators and they might know something that, you know, that a normal member of the community wouldn't know. But it looks to me like it was a black issue. And so because of that, I would say that opens up grounds for appeal. And the defense preserved that right on the record. That's what I see.
All right. So at least he was able to articulate that. Shout out to Still Kevin Trees in the building, my warrior brother. Shout out to you. I think someone found out his dad's a coward. Happy Father's Day. You ain't right for that. But you definitely ain't wrong. Let's continue. I want to go here now.
I hate the fact that he's have to go through all of this stuff and he's putting us through it also. But I'd have to be understanding that he feared for his life. And if he feared for his life and he take a drastic measure like stabbing somebody, I'd have to be understanding of that. And
bro, I respect that, but that's why Carmelo's in prison right now. That's why you're gonna go to prison for 20 years.
I understand, but I understand exactly what you're saying. But at the same time, man,
maybe I should pull this back so we can hear what Dennis was saying prior to what Willie D had to say there. Where are we at?
That's the judge said that's the last one. So she kept banging on the door, throwing rocks at the door. So he opened up the door and said, hey, get away from here. And so what she ended up doing is trying to rush in. So alleged victim's son to testify against the daddy on behalf of our client. This ain't that case. This is a different case. Willie, look, man, let me share. You a daddy, I'm a daddy. Okay. What I'm gonna say to my children behind closed doors, if something like this happens, is not what I'm going to tell them in public. In public, I'm going to say, you know, my son is innocent until proven guilty. I'm going to say he had a right to defend himself. I'm going to say all these different things. Behind closed doors, Willie D, I'm going to say, you big dummy, why would you pull a knife out and stab somebody just because they pushed you? Have you lost your mind? Are you crazy? This is what I'm going to say to my son behind closed doors. Behind closed doors, I'm going to say, bro, I'm going to tell you, look, you pull out a pistol, you pull out a knife to stab somebody because they push your goofy butt. Have you lost your mind? Now we got to pay for defense lawyers. You ruined your life, okay? Because you still going to have this charge. If you ever do anything, if you happen to get off of this, anything you ever do in your life again, they going to hold it against you. On top of that, you got a body. I'm raising you in the suburbs to be the best person you can be. You go to a track meet and you unalive somebody. We not in the hood no more. What got you so upset that you felt the need to whip out a pistol? You can't fight. You can't defend yourself. This is what you do. You just go straight from he pushed me to I'm stabbing somebody to death. Think about that, man. I mean, as a father, yeah.
As a father, respectfully, I have to say that I am going to err on the side of defending yourself by any means necessary. I got to think about my son being pushed around by some 225-pound kid. Now, if it's a kid by his size and he get pushed, man, fight the dude. But if you got this guy walking up to you in Frisco, in Frisco, Texas, okay, this is Frisco, Texas, where it's predominantly white and ruled by white folks. Everything is run by them. And you've seen already these cases of white people pushing black folks around, and you see it all day, every day on the internet. Now it's your turn. Now somebody then decided that they want to push my son around and they want to try him. This big guy come up to my son and push my son, and he got back up. My son is scared. If he pull out a knife and stick him, I'm going to stand with I'm not going to tell him, why'd you do that? Why? No, he feared for his life. If I fear for my life, that's what I wanted to tell you earlier when you was saying you would have just fought him. I'm gonna tell you, if I fear for my life, man, look here, man, I'm going to defend it with everything I got. And yeah, I will stick you. I'll stick you. Let me tell you something, bro. I'll shoot you. I'll stick you. I'll hit you with a stick. I'll bite you. I'll claw. I'll kick you. I'll do anything I can to get you off me. And so,
family, I'm tough on Willie D. I'm tough on all the Democrat shills, but I can tip my hat when it's time to tip my hat. And I do understand that, this could have been the whole game plan in the first place. Bring on somebody who has that opposite opinion so that you can look like the person that's favorable, the right one. However, I got to give it to Willie D. Pause. I got to give it to him. I got to give him a shout out because, he's absolutely correct. He said exactly what the hell I just said. I don't give a damn what I got. If I got something, I'm going to use what I got. And that's going to be that. And I'm going to get them folks off of me. So, no, I wouldn't tell my son not to defend himself. I would have told my son, you did the right thing. Because you came home. That boy can't go home because he did the wrong thing. So, Willie D, I'll give you a salute for your stand and standing on business right there because God dang it, I'd have had a problem if you did not give any type of pushback. But since you did, I'm going to use that same energy to give you a salute. Now, if you want to watch the rest of this, I'm going to go ahead and drop the link in the chat. Now, we're going to move forward because we don't have much time and we're already at the 3-hour mark. So I might just have to talk about the boycott on another day. I think I'll be off tomorrow. I think I won't have too much to do tomorrow. I mean, I might come back tomorrow with the update on the boycott, the blackout, to be more specific, to be honest with you. If not tomorrow, then we'll do it Wednesday. Because Sunday, I'm going to be doing my Importing Asians broadcast, which we're going to be looking at the indigenous history of foundational Black Americans. So that's going to be Sunday. I will not be pushing it that far. So it'll either be Wednesday or tomorrow when I come back, because we got some things to talk about with the blackout. And I love it. Everybody that's you know what? Yeah, I'll do that one. And the David Iola, both of those together. So yeah, make sure you tune in for that. Let's go to the next person, family. And before we do that,
send in the clowns.
Wrong side of the field.
Judge Joe Brown, come to the front of the classroom, please. I need to have a conversation with you. Family, thank you, my sister. Economic castration. I know she said if you don't like the word castration, use starvation. I ain't got a problem saying economic castration, damn it. Shout out to my sister for that. And thank you for that as well, my sisters. And thank you to all of you that wish a happy Father's Day to me. I seen it all, and I want to bless you all tenfold and thank you. Now, let's get on Judge Joe Brown. Now, you know, I've been having an issue with Judge Joe Brown for a while. You know, he was talking highly of Daniel Penny, and he was disrespecting and lying about Juneteenth. And if you guys saw my video that I released on that, where I actually called out Judge Joe Brown and pointed out his lies about Juneteenth, if you haven't seen it, go and look it up. I've been having an issue with him ever since. Every time I hear him open his mouth, I shut it off. I shut it off because his voice is annoying to me now. I can't even listen through the crap to see if he got any jewels, because every ounce of that, that sound just irritates me to the core of my stomach, to the pit of my stomach. And now I'm going to have to subject you guys to it, unfortunately. Let's get into it.
Was under an awning, apparently to shield himself from the rain, but that was another team's bench, and he had no business being there, even if he was on the same from.
Off vert. He had all the business to be there because he's a student who was participating in a track meet. He's a student participating in a track meet. And if you notice, all the other seats were empty. All the other seats. Hold on, let me go back for a second. We're going to have to get this man straight. All the other seats are empty. All of them. So people are either down here or they're under the damn tent. Shout out to my sister. You are absolutely correct. Mike Epps tried to warn us. You telling the truth. He said he can't stand Judge Joe Brown a couple of decades ago. You are absolutely correct. Shout out to our sister Angelic. You are absolutely correct. Let's go back over here.
The same school, he had no business being there. Somebody asked him to leave, he didn't, and then there was a quarrel that developed. He said, in his own words, he became fearful, and he pulled a knife and he stabbed the deceased in the chest.
Yeah, he became fearful, which one might do when you have 4 people welling on you. Shout out to my brother Masamusa in the building. Thank you for your birthday wish. I mean, your your Father's Day wish. Thank you, brother. And happy Father's Day if you are a father as well. And shout out to Gullery in the building. Much love to you. And thank you for being here as well. Sinaloa Tacos. Shout out to you. And thank you for being here. Let's continue.
All right. Now, Batson versus Kentucky is the case. It's from the early 1980s. I'm very well aware of that case, and I will give you a brief digression, personal experience. At one time, I represented what was the youngest person in the whole world on a death row. The young man was supposed to be executed. On the day he was to be executed, he was 15 years old and 2 months. He was convicted, a young black man, of killing 3 white people when he was in the 7th grade. We got a stay of execution from the governor of Arkansas and the Arkansas Supreme Court 23 minutes before they were going to execute him. At trial, I was lead counsel, and I am responsible for the brief. And the Arkansas Supreme Court unanimously set aside the death penalty and the conviction. And one of the 3 bases that they unanimously agreed upon was an all-white jury, and I raised the Batson issue. The brief in this thing was hardbound, printed like a book, and it was 12,482 pages long, and it was a great compendium, a greatly illusion outside of race, attempting to get an all-white jury.
Hi, guys. Let me share something with you real quick. Here's the thing.
Known as West Memphis, Arkansas, which is across the bridge from Memphis, Tennessee. Batson says, if there's any reason, legitimate reason, not pretextual for the challenge, then other than race, the exclusion would be inappropriate. And depending upon the circumstances, grounds for reversing or setting aside any conviction that followed. Now, that said, this is a high-profile case. It's not an unusual one. Quite honestly, it's one of the more frequent kinds of cases that the system deals with. And
I'm not even going to. I'm sorry. The same idiots crying about a hate crime bill refuse to vote for the only group that will get that for them. And that is the Democratic Party. Really? Then why haven't they got it for us already? I know you're a tether. I see the flip-flops in the picture. That's just such an idiotic statement. It is an idiotic statement. The Democrats had 60 plus damn years, and they're refusing to address the fact that we need a hate crime bill, but yet they gave it to the Asian community, the very same Asian community that lied on us, and the very same Asian community that's going around lying on us again. So tell me, if they're the only ones that would get it done, why the hell haven't they gotten it done? You go back to putting lotion on your ashy ass feet. Oh, I apologize. You guys don't put lotion on your ashy ass feet. You put, like, I don't know, monkey grease or some shit like that. Exactly. Whose man's is this? Shout out to my brother Leonard Dayuta in the building. Doc Blake, Delaney Brooks. And No Filter in the building. Much love to all of you, and thank you all for being here, as well as Enigma in the building. Shout out to you, and thank you for being here as well. Now let's get back over here.
There is a big problem I had as a trial lawyer and as a judge, which is certain people said to themselves, and I've talked with them after the fact, long after the fact, and they'll freely concede they didn't want to be bothered. They didn't want to spend all that time down there. They didn't want to be held up to risk and ridicule. So they said things they shouldn't have said that wound up getting them excluded for reasons outside of race. Now, that questionnaire for the 30th Judicial District here in Memphis, I'm responsible for implementing a questionnaire that wound up being adopted universally for this circuit. And that is, when there was a murder case, you would pass the questionnaires out to the prospective jurors, sometimes 1,000 at a time. And you would see what they had to say. And when you examine some of these things, you started noticing some very disturbing trends, which, amongst other things, pointed an arrow at certain people don't want to be on the jury. And typically when you looked at the identifiers, you said, oh, here we go again. justice is just us, but when you have a chance to ensure that that isn't the case, you opt out because you don't want to be bothered. No.
Family, there was only one person that said that they could not convict Carmelo because he was a black kid. And to that one person and people who think like him, get your ass off the bench and get in the game. That's all I'm going to say to that situation. This is why you need to be. I know there are some people that don't want to do jury duty. I get it. You'd rather be at work making full pay. I get it. However, your words are important on a jury. Your actions are important on a jury. You being there might save the life of the black defendant, of a black defendant. Let's be very clear. Now, to what Judge Joe Brown just said, as if this is just an ongoing thing, that is not the case. There were several jurors that did not say that at all, and they were still stricken. Some of them was just stricken because they didn't need a reason. So how do you explain that? You had 2 teachers that was eliminated from the jury pool. Black teachers, but yet the white teacher get to stay on the jury? That's racial. It isn't just because black folk don't want to serve on the jury. It's quite literally racism. Shout out to Chris Radio once again. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution. Appreciate your contributions as always, family. That's a lie. Brothers like me want to be on the jury. You and myself, I get a jury summons, and when I can't make it to the jury summons, now I've never been selected to be on the jury because I think that they can look at my face and just see and just tell we don't want that Negro on the jury at all. Maybe it's my look, maybe it's my locks, I don't know, but they look at me once I get there for jury selection and they just say, yeah, just go home. We're not selecting you. Hell, when I couldn't make it to the jury selection, I called in and was like, hey, I can't make it. I have class this day. Can you reschedule me? And the lady said, yeah, we'll send you a letter on the next time around. And I said, no, I don't want you to send me a letter on the next go around when y'all look. I said, I need you to send me the next available situation that I can actually be on. You know, I never got sent that email. When you want to do jury duty, they're like, oh, yeah, this Negro is a little too eager to be on the jury. Yeah, we're just going to eliminate them. Just eliminate them. You better understand. Look, he said, yeah, you got dismissed for being a college student as well. Yeah. See, like I said, people who want, and they'll tell you it's because you're a student or something like that, but people who want to be on the jury, they tend not to goddamn get on the jury. But let's continue. I want to
questionnaire that was 20, 25 pages long, if I recall. It asked a whole lot of things, and it was pretty good at getting to the bottom of what's in the person's head, and it asked questions that weren't obvious in the
we're going to bypass that because I want to get to
the liver affair,
the meat of what I really want to talk about here.
He said he was scared something.
There we go.
Conceded to by both sides. This confrontation, as you described, the facts, because the facts have been conceded to by both sides. This confrontation, as you described, occurred, and the defendant in this case said he was scared something was going to happen to him. So based on his fear, he stabbed this other boy in the chest. So you've got...
He didn't say he was scared something was going to happen to him. He feared for his life because something was happening to him. And he's deliberately omitting that information. Deliberately omitting that information. You know what?
You's a cool nigga.
Send in the clowns.
Two boys the same age. One of them's a football player. We saw him in the football uniform. And the other one, the defendant, was a football player who was captain of his football team. Now, the stupid cowards that are out there trying to justify what he did don't seem to get it.
This man is a judge, or was a judge. I guess all that sitcom money didn't dried up. I guess all that that judge TV money has dried up. He's making a case against self-defense. As a person who sat as a judge, nonetheless, an old buffoon, a straight coward, and just an outright liar.
They start talking about he might have been hurt. Yeah, that's the point of a fist fight. You might get hurt, might get knocked out, might get a tooth broken, a nose broken, a jaw broken, cheekbone broken, all kinds of other stuff that can happen. That's why it takes men to deal with man-on-man, one-to-one, fair fight, because you have the balls. Most people that I'm listening to now don't have the balls to do that. And
family, who sounds like the coward? He's calling us cowards online for quite literally calling out a self-defense case. While praising Daniel Penny, he got this crap online. The coward is a person who wants to defend himself. But Daniel Penny is an American hero.
what happened, see, is that he became fearful, he says, and he stabbed him. That is dishonorable. That's disgusting. That is prime. No, that is just an example of cowardice. Right. And since everything has been admitted to, and it's an argument of law that I'm not part of, and I can lay it out, the law that is supposed to be applicable very quickly, I hope they really wreck him. Because
I had to take a second there, family, because I want that to sit with you. I want it to sit with you. When you hear all these white supremacists go up into Tariq's spaces and they go out quoting Judge Joe Brown, this is the Judge Joe Brown that they're quoting. This is the reason why they're so comfortable with bringing up Judge Joe Brown. Whatever respect any of you had for this man, it is safe to say that you can throw it away. Just throw it away.
I am embarrassed that so many of these fools are trying to associate cowardice, dishonor. I have a long list I don't even want to go through because I'll start cussing thinking about it.
Not only do he sound like Uncle Ruckus, he's starting to look like Uncle Ruckus. The Coonan will turn you into an Uncle Ruckus real quick. Look at his eye and the way it's drooping. Is that not Uncle Ruckus like? Oh, yes. Shout out to Chris Radio, Professor Black Truth, Clown Joe. But does Joe have the testicular fortitude to clap back against the professor? Let's see if Judge has a pair. We already know he don't. He gave that away as soon as he started tap dancing for these god dang Nabiscos. Guaranteed you. The first thing you must do is chop off your nuts and hand them over. Exactly. They've been through away. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let's continue.
They want to associate that with what I am. I'm a black man.
No, you're a black coward. Don't put man behind that. You are not. Only thing that goes after black for you is coward. Coon, tap dancer, bootlicker. You are quite literally Stephen from Django.
Massa, is we sick, Massa?
And the only reason why you're defending Austin in this situation is because he got the complexion that you so dearly want to protect.
When you have the complexion for the protection for the collection, that white skin will protect you.
But I'm going to be honest with you, ever since you started talking your nonsense and ever since I heard you lie about Juneteenth, I looked at you the same way.
You disloyal, fool-ass, bitch-made punk.
And every time I hear you open your damn mouth, I have the same thoughts.
Sit down and shut the fuck up, bitch!
Now, from our domestic coon to a foreign coon, well, technically he ain't foreign because he's here in our country like most of these tethers are. Let's go here. Stephen A. Smith, come to the front of the classroom. I need you to really understand me when I say this. You will never win if you run for any office, especially the president of the United States. I knew you was a Sambo because I don't really watch sports. So I don't really listen to sports announcers or sports commentators. That's not really my thing. So the first time I said, who is this coon ass nigga? Those were my exact words. It's when I saw a clip of this man talking about every morning I wake up thinking about how can I make my white paymasters more money? And how can I get a little bit of it? I quite literally asked myself, I said, who the hell is this coon ass nigga? Then I started seeing more and more of your clips. And it was one coon after a next coon. It was just coon to be coon. And I'm going to take from my sister Brooke. Got this from her. You know, she said, flee to flee to flee. You flee to flee to flee. This man, coon to coon to coon. That's how this man's whole career has been, at least from my standpoint on it, from what I've seen. But then Jerry Jones, a picture of Jerry Jones came out of him boycotting or protesting, protesting Black students being put into their schools. And you sat there and you talked about how Jerry was your best friend. He was a good friend of yours. And you know for certain that he's not racist and all this other crap. And then when Kyrie Irving just posted a video, an Amazon leak, you dragged him for filth. But now you think that you can come out and try to talk to us about Black relations here in America, namely Carmelo Anthony's case? All right, let's see how that goes. Shout out to Dale. He says, I personally knew Stephen A. Smith. The last time I seen him, I checked him right after 40 kids almost ran him off the school grounds. Damn. Not the kids running you off the school grounds. Not the babies seeing that you a coon trying to get you out of their mix. Shout out to Doc Blake. Oh my God, I love this. Can't his Bert from Sesame Street looking at us? Oh, I love that. We're going to start calling that man Bert. Hey, Bert. He seems kind of sassy. He got the hairline. Yeah, I think that that's a perfect fit for him. Shout out Doc Blake. Shout out again. Let's hear what he has to say. I'm going to play it through. Then we'll address it.
Carmelo Anthony murdered Austin Metcalf. There is no other way to slice it. How else do you explain, or can you explain? You at a track meet, appearing in a visitor's tent, Austin Metcalf and his brother, according to reports, come over to you asking you to leave because you're sitting under their tent. An argument ensues. Folks have said it spanned more than 5-6 minutes. Others said it went as long as 15. A two-hand shove is believed to have happened by one witness. Another witness said it was a one-hand shove. How does that justify Carmelo Anthony pulling out a knife and stabbing Austin Metcalf to death? How? Some would argue, what the hell were you doing at the track meet with a knife to begin with? Others would argue, it wasn't like you were in fear for your life. There were witnesses around. There were people around. At worst, they might have expected fisticuffs, if that. A matter of fact, one witness was quoted at his hearing. Austin Metcalf said, I don't want to fight you. I don't want to fight you. But Carmelo Anthony saying, touch me, put your hands on me, and watch what happens. A witness, not a witness to the actual stabbing, but somebody who was in attendance in the immediate aftermath of the stabbing, reportedly, according to testimony, sworn testimony, on the stand said they went to Carmelo Anthony, who had jogged away from the area of the incident. They walked up to him and they said, what happened? He said he put his hands on me, as in Austin Metcalf. He put his hands on me, so I stabbed him. That's not justification for killing someone.
Family, I want y'all to notice Stephen A. Smith is one of those people with a hard voice. And he's one of those people that knows he has a hard voice. He's always talking mess. He's always, basically, he's very animated each time he's having a conversation. But notice when he's speaking about the Nabiscos, whenever he's out there saying,
Massa, is we sick, Massa?
He's so soft-spoken. I've never seen Stephen A. Smith speak with such humility. I've never seen Stephen A. Smith speak with such compassion, especially when he's talking about us. Family, I want to know, have any of you ever heard Stephen A. Smith so empathetic? I have never. He's only got the flames and fire when he's talking about us. That should tell you all you need to know about this tether. And like I said, tether's an action word. All immigrants are not tethers, but all tethers are immigrants. Tether is our word, just like we got a word for our coons domestically. Tether is the word for them. And these are the actions in which you become a tether. His talking points, it should show you that exactly why he's considered a tether. That's it. That's all. I don't have to say much about Stephen A. Smith because we all know about Stephen A. Smith. Bert, who's looking for his Ernie. So I'm not going to spend any more time on that. He don't deserve any more time. He deserves less time than I gave Jake Lang. Since you like your white supremacists so much. Family, I want to really hammer this home because we're about to get into the clarification, the confirmation. I want to say this before we do. We are the only ones fighting for our interest. We're the only ones that's standing up for justice in a system of injustice. And all of these folks are fighting against that. All of these folks are fighting against that. Carmelo Anthony, Cyrus Belton, the young baby, the 1-year-old little boy who just got killed down in Mississippi. All of these are reasons. Jeffrey Tyler, all of these are reasons why we need an anti-Black hate crime bill, and yet nobody is putting it into the lens like that. But us. And I want you to know, there's always people that's not going to go. There's always going to be people that can't go. What we fight for, even though there's people within our own communities who are allowing these parties to confuse and manipulate them, they can't go. But guess what? Neither can the people who just want to stand for white supremacy. They can't go either. And at the end of the day, whether they go or not doesn't matter. But they will benefit off of what we're doing. And then later on, they will pretend like they were in the fight. There were some slaves that wanted to stay on the plantation, but Harriet Tubman and her whole ilk understood that if they allowed that, then those folks, yeah, they would probably go and run and tell massa. So Harriet would knock niggas out. And these fools would wake up in the North and she'd be like, congratulations, you's free. That's basically what we're doing here, family. Don't worry about the folks who really just can't go because they're not on our level. We've been spearheading this Black grassroots movement. We've been spearheading our political interest. While everybody else is out there doing nonsense like this.
But right now, I got to dance. But right now,
this was the opening of the Obama Center. This was the opening of the Obama Center. And I got to read what our brother Woods actually wrote about this. Why are Black folks celebrating the opening of the Obama's Presidential Center like it's going to help or bring tangibles to Black folk? Why are you celebrating a man that wouldn't bring you a hate crime bill? He actually signed the Blue Alert executive order that gave more money to the police. While he was out here signing over 20-something executive orders for the LGBTQ, he told you he couldn't do nothing just for you. That's not how America works. He thought he could come out and wag his finger at us to get us to go vote for Kamala. Another tether that targeted the Black community while she was the goddamn AG of California. Put our sister Cherie Peoples' daughter in, put Cherie Peoples in jail because her daughter was in the hospital and she couldn't make it to school. What the hell are these people celebrating? And Obama has been quiet on Carmelo Anthony. Obama has been quiet on Cyrus Belton. None of them are saying nothing about these things. What are you celebrating? So these are the Negroes that's going to be knocked out with the gun. These are the Negroes that's going to wake up in freedom. And they'll be the same goddamn Negroes trying to lie and say, hey, we were there in the fight. Now, I said I was going to put a pin in something and touch on this. We got to do the confirmation because these people don't want justice. These people don't want to remove the system of white supremacy and replace it with a system of justice. They don't. If you didn't catch Jason Black's broadcast last night, you should probably go and watch it. It was a fantastic broadcast. But Jason Black confirmed something that I said a while ago. Let's go here, shall we, family? Uh-oh, my bad. Let me pull it up. Before we go there, shout out to Chris Radio once again for the super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, family. Obama is a useless as a stay-free maxi pad. Oh, geez. I don't know about maxi pads. I'm not a woman, so I don't know jack about jack. I stay away from those conversations, but god dang. He said a stay-free maxi pad. Okay. All right, let's get into it, family. And family, I got to let you know, some people didn't like what I just said. Some people didn't like what I just said. I was at 219 and it just dropped down to 172. That's how many people don't like when you talk about Obama. That's how many people get turned off when you call out Obama. Those people can't go either. They're going to have to be knocked out and taken the freedom as well. Exactly. It doesn't matter to me. At the end of the day, prove me wrong. Obama has definitely been canceled. I'll tell you that much. Now let's get here in closing.
I want you all to understand exactly how that happens here. I want you to understand where that goes, because in a lot of these cases here, the reason why a lot of things that you would think would happen here doesn't happen is because folks are not on the same page with us. That's been a constant issue here. A lot of them are not on the same page with us. Even though I'm a rather mild individual, I'm not some radical out there in the streets yelling about this and that and crack of this and crack of that and all this nonsense. However, in all candor, a lot of attorneys are afraid of us. I've had this experience before. I've had this experience more than once. In a lot of cases, they tell themselves that there are some attorneys out there who kind of tell themselves that, you know, we'll play the mob here and stuff, and we're going to get folks motivated, and then it kind of will make it easier for them to do what they want to do. And that's not always my mission here. That's not always what I'm going after. That is not always what I'm going after here. In a lot of cases, I'm looking at something different. And we can be, believe it or not, we can be very difficult in that regard. A lot of these attorneys, they come back later and check out what we do, and then they're not on the same page that we're on. We experienced this in Alabama. I have never stopped supporting the Alabama boat uprising. I have never stopped supporting that. I will continue to support that. Absolutely. However, unlike most of the rest of you, I spoke to the people involved. I spoke to the principals involved, and it would be less than honest if I told you that, yeah, they didn't flake out on us. So as soon as they talked to me, and as soon as they saw the kind of work we get done, all of a sudden, the attitude changes, the mood changes, the tone changes, the commitment changes. And I can't help but let you all know that it happens immediately after we talk to these attorneys. I've had a number of cases I've raised over the years, and I got to tell you all, things changed right after we finished talking to the attorneys. We started talking to these folks' attorneys, and then next thing you know, the attitude changes. Can't get your phone calls, don't get returned, emails don't get returned. You start not getting a response. So I would be less than candid if I didn't tell you all that, by the way, it's been a chronic issue. When you see these kind of incidents occurring, and I get in touch with folk, because that's what we do, and I have to let you all know that after we have conversations with these attorneys, in a lot of these cases, next thing you know, we don't hear anything else. So for some of the more recent things here, I got to say, it's some of this stuff has been kind of funny style. It really has. Some of this stuff has been kind of funny. And I don't mean haha. Some of the stuff that I've witnessed, some of the stuff that I've seen, some of the stuff that I was watching there, you know, that kind of thing there jumps out at me. That kind of thing jumps out at me. And I've seen some of that this week, which is why you haven't seen any updates. That's why you haven't seen any updates. So I've been in touch with people, but either between the attorneys or between their families and whatnot, things have gotten funny style here. It really has.
Now, family, right now, who's he speaking about? It's the family that was a part of that hate crime with this guy. You know, the family of veterans that actually popped this guy when he came down the street with the AR-15 and body armor. Jason Black was able to speak with the family. And this is who he's referring to. But that's not the only confirmation that I wanted you all to hear. Let's continue. Oh, my bad. Let me go back here.
It really has. Some of this stuff has been kind of funny. And I don't mean haha. Some of the stuff that I've witnessed, some of the stuff that I've seen, some of the stuff that I was watching there, you know, that kind of thing there jumps out at me. That kind of thing jumps out at me. And I've seen some of that this week, which is why you haven't seen any updates. That's why you haven't seen any updates. So I've been in touch with people, but either between the attorneys or between their families and whatnot, things have gotten funny style here. It really has. Things have gotten funny style. I'm not going to chase people around. I'm not going to do any of that. That's not going to occur. But what it is going to be is I'm going to let you all know when I do certain things. It isn't that I didn't follow up on it. Understand that. I followed up on it, but that tends to be an issue there. What I'm not going to do is do too much. Remember, I am never going to sit here and be involved in these things than somebody else. I'm not going to be more involved and more committed to it than anybody else. That's kind of important. So I just want to let you all know that it is not because of a lack of trying and it is not because of a lack of effort between the families, not necessarily who I spoke to last week, but I will say that between the families and between the attorneys, we're having a bit of an issue. So I'm not really certain what's going on. I'm not really certain what's caused it. However, it seems to look a little familiar. It seems to look a little familiar. So that's the kind of thing I'm talking about here. It seems to look a little familiar. So when you have an easy time getting a hold of folk, next thing you know, somebody mentions about their attorney, and then after that, you know, next thing you know, it starts looking real bad and real familiar after that. Starts looking real bad and real familiar. So I wanted to let you all know, following up on what we discussed last week, I can't limit it to just the attorneys because there were certain folk in the family we were talking about. Yeah, it's not just one person. It's not just one person. So sometimes you kind of think these white supremacists, they're choosing folk for a reason. Sometimes it looks like they're choosing them for a reason. Maybe sometimes it's their representation. I don't know. I'm not saying necessarily. I'm just saying, by the way, I know sometimes some of these attorneys want to get their Ben Crump on. I get it. I'm not beating up on Benjamin Crump tonight. What I am saying is that, yeah, it's like, okay, in certain cases here, I see behaviors and stuff. And it's like, okay, what's going on here? What's the real goal? What's the real deal? And next thing you know, they start looking into the black channel and they start looking into the new black media and they look into what we do. And then they realize, oh, we ain't bag chasers. We're white supremacist stoppers, not bag chasers. And I think for a lot of these attorneys, that's kind of an issue for them. I think for a lot of them and some of the families and stuff, it's like somebody lets them know that there might be a way they can spend this and get a bag. And then it's like, okay, well, let's just fall back there for a little bit. So we've seen this before. Remember the Clarks out there in California, Sacramento, Stevante. I mean, you've seen this stuff before. They're attorneys. They want to whip people up to try to get folks to sit up here and, you know, say something and, oh, let's raise the profile and, you know, get more attention on it. And then next thing you know, they go behind the scenes. And then next thing you know, it's like, okay, now they don't, all of a sudden, everything's all right. Y'all can all go home now. Really? So I don't just jump out the window and say, okay, we need the X, Y, Z and this, that, and the other. I choose things strategically. And I move forward from there. So I did want to let you all know that, yes, I did make contact with them. Yes, I did talk to them. Yes, I did do those things. But yeah, after that, we didn't hear very much of anything. So that's been since Tuesday. Haven't heard anything else since then. Contacted people. We've contacted them, but haven't heard anything else or gotten any other response since then. So make of that what you will. Make of that what you will. Okay. In the chat room, we got some silly stuff going on here. I don't know. The ADHD kids, maybe they just jumped. I am not talking about the Carmelo Anthony family at all. I'm talking about what we talked about last week. So I literally said Leesburg, Georgia, and yeah, Lebanon, Tennessee. I'm talking about last week. I'm not talking about the.
Pay attention, family. Here's the confirmation that I was speaking about.
Anthony family at all. I have not spoken to them because I've not reached out to them. It is not because I cannot do so. I can. I could call them right now. I'm not going to do that. When I think it's time to do that, when I think it's appropriate to do that, I'm going to do so. I'm not going to do so because you say. I can get in touch with them whenever I want to. And they can call me whenever they want to. They can call me right now during this program and I will answer the phone. I'll put you all on hold and I'll answer the phone. So no, these are people you.
Family, I said that I was in one of Jason Black's broadcasts and I heard Carmelo's father call in. I went back looking for that broadcast. I was speaking with my sister Brooke and she was asking me about that. And I went back to try and look for that. But the Most High showed up and showed out. He said, you know what? Hey, you got a lot on your plate. Let's take that off of your plate. And then Jason Black, the very next day, Jason Black comes out and confirms that not only do he have the family number, but they have his. They have his. So when I said that 9 times out of the 10, the people that they were told not to speak to was most likely Jason Black, I think that that's confirmed. I think that is confirmed. Not only that, but it is also confirmed that they chose a tether with no name, Charleston White, as their well, Charleston White isn't the tether. I'm talking about Dominique Alexander and Charleston White to be their advisors, to advise them throughout this whole situation. And quite literally, even though their son is being railroaded through the system and the Black grassroots was the ones that put the money together to make sure that they would be straight in this situation, they still looked the other way. They wanted to go a different direction. They still haven't called Jason Black back. They still haven't called Jason back. Excuse me. They still haven't called Jason, even though they seen that their son got blackballed and goddamn railroad in that goddamn system. And 9 times out of the 10, it's because Jason already warned them about this. So at this point in time, I pray for our good brother Carmelo. I hope everything positive happens. But I'm not going to force the parents to want to deal with us. I'm not. I definitely don't want to see nothing negative happen to that young man. I want to see that young man come home. But I can't force your parents to move the way we move. I can't force your parents to want to dismantle this system of injustice. I can't force that. I can't force any of these people. And that's why Harriet had to knock some folks out. These people, a lot of these people, they don't want to dismantle the white supremacist system and replace it with a system of justice, as our good brother Neely Fuller Jr. spoke about. They want to get a check or some other whatever they have in their mind, it isn't black empowerment. It isn't stopping these race soldiers who are unaliving our children. It isn't stopping this system that just railroaded Carmelo Anthony into the prison system. Many of these folks really don't want to get down with the real ones because the real ones want to shut this down. And everybody else is just playing, apparently. We don't have a legal class. We don't have anybody in Congress that represents our interest. It's just us. And that's okay. Because just us put together is justice. And we're going to continue to fight. We're going to continue to ride. And we're going to continue to be the open enemy of white supremacy. And for all the people who's going to benefit from us riding, who don't want to stand on the square that we stand on, who don't want to stand on the business that we stand on, who don't want to actually put in any of the work because they don't want to ruffle any feathers, get the hell out of the way. Just get the hell out of the way. At the end of the day, family, this generation is here for a purpose. This is the take no shit generation. This is the reparations generation, the hell to the no generation, the shut this shit down generation, the blackout generation. This generation right here ain't having it. And for all those who are willing to, and I'm going to use my sister Brooks saying here, who are willing to eat shit, please take that shit eating somewhere else. Because foundational Black Americans are not here to eat shit. We're here to change it. With that being said, family and friends, if you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you'll be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. Family, there is no body else to turn to. There are no friends. There are no allies. As I stated, it is just us. And I have no problem with that because I've seen everything that we got done on our own. America hates us because of everything we've gotten done on our own. So we're not going to stop just because we got a couple of mops in the mix. No. I told you the train and left the track. Excuse me, the train and left the station, and it is a one-track train. And this renaissance will not be slowed down. I'd like to thank all my mods, all my members, everybody who donated, whether by Cash App, PayPal, Super Chat, anything like that. Shout out to my Patreons. And with that being said, family, I'd like to thank you all for sharing your Sunday and Father's Day with me. I want you to stay safe, stay black, and most importantly, stay foundational. The doors of the church are closed. Peace, family.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever, can't stand us black people. He's doing everything in the world to make black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Us black people going to survive. So fuck everybody. I'm out.